Ho! Chat! How's it going? Welcome back, everyone. I'm getting on a little bit later than I intended. But I'm here. I'm here. Just give me a second here. Oh, boy. How's it going, everyone? Fefer, good to see you. Corer, S2, Waxwitch, Robs, Nugs, Phantom Cigar, Legion, Kahawa, Cloud Aced with the 16 months. Bad Humans, good to see you. Fefer with the sub as well, courtesy of Mint. Who else? El Rassel with the 11 months. T-Rex with the 5 months and the 4-month streak. How's it going, everyone? Urzez with the 3 months. I keep fucking up your name, don't I, Urzez? I feel like I keep commenting on your name, but I never pay attention to how it should be pronounced whenever you say it. Disco Breaker with the Prime sub. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. All the subs. Let me just get my Streamlabs open here. Did I miss anyone? T-Rex, Rassel, Fefer, Cloud Ace, Disco Breaker, Urzes, Tony Wing with the 35 months as well. Thank you. John Anakin Solo coming in with the 10 months as well. Thank you. let's see. Yeah, happy Friday, everyone. Let's get some MGS2 going here. Hold on. Oh man, police knots. What a pain that was yesterday. At least we got it sorted in the end. I really didn't think we were going to get it sorted. Of course. The only time the game fucks up is at the final cutscene. Not even before the final gameplay sequence. I thought there was one more gameplay sequence. But no, all that was left was the final scene, or the final set of cutscenes. Just typical. What happened? Oh, we ran into an emulator issue at the very end of the game, right before the final set of cutscenes. It just wouldn't work. The game froze, or it just failed to load a scene. But we got it working in the end. Thankfully. So, yeah, hopefully I'll know how to deal with it now for next time. I'll make sure to fucking save state next time anyway, that's for sure, when we get close to the end. The fucking pixel integer. Yeah, I really must check it again to see if it works consistently now after I change that setting, because I still have to do that. I should really test that. But today we will be continuing MGS2, starting from the plant. I'll probably be going for around 5 hours or so today. I was hoping to get on a little bit earlier, and then I'd be able to go for a bit longer. But yeah, we'll probably go for like 5 or 6 hours today. We'll do a big chunk of the plant opening. We're gonna hunt down a new Easter egg today, a never before seen Easter egg on the channel. More new content, courtesy of Mr. Bad Humans in chat. He discovered that if you shoot a seagull repeatedly, like 20 times in a row, the seagulls will come after you and attack you. So that's what we're going to try and do today. Apparently, it can be hard to trigger. Apparently, it can be pretty hard to trigger. Like, it's not consistent. It's not like shoot the seagulls 20 times and then it'll always happen. It's like, it's kind of weird. Maybe we can perform some experiments today and figure out how to do it consistently, or if there is a consistent way of doing it, or if there is like an exact way of doing it correctly. We'll have to see what the deal is. Let's do it. My aim today is to get murdered by a seagull. That's what I want to do. We're going to go down and pick up the M9. Then we're going to take a load of damage. So we're down to 1 HP. And then we're going to see if a seagull can kill us. I want to see that mission failed screen with the seagull on it. The culprit who kills us. Yeah, it's not like a seagull assault. It's just one single seagull that will fly up to you and peck you. Which is still pretty damn good. I'm not seeing any lag on my end. Here we go again. So, also, oh, I didn't put that in the title today. This is, of course, also a dog tag playthrough. That was such a mess trying to get those tags in the holds yesterday, but we got all of them in the end. Boom, cheen, chicka bomb, picka boom, pom, 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 picka bomb. Let me just take a look at the dog tag viewer here, just for the plant. Might be tricky getting some of these tags on extreme on the plant. Oh yeah, well of course we don't get any information. I thought we could like look at the all the different areas and the amount we needed for each area, but no, you don't even get that. You have to figure it all out yourself. Right, let's do it. So we're going straight into the plant here. And if you're new here by any chance, and you're not familiar with all the little intricacies in this game, pay attention to Raiden's voice before his codename is changed to Raiden. When he has the codename Snake, he sounds a little bit different. He sounds like he's impersonating Snake. And then it changes as soon as his codename changes. Let's do it.
Snake, do you remember the sinking of that tanker 2 years ago?
Of course.
Terrorists blow a hole in an oil tanker full of crude barely 20 miles off the shore of Manhattan. Your classic nightmare.
Sounds so cocky there.
It didn't take long for the government
even just with that one line.
around the whole mess. And then that massive offshore cleanup facility went up inside.
The big shell.
The big shell.
I hear the cleanup isn't quite over yet.
It takes time. But in the meantime, the shell's become a landmark, a symbol of environmental protection.
Calling teams Alpha and Bravo. Deploy at the big shell as scheduled.
Approximately 6 hours ago, the big shell was seized by an armed group.
Do we have an ID?
Former members of the Navy SEAL Special Anti-Terrorist Training Squad Dead Cell. Russian private army members may also be involved. It's a highly trained group, and they have the big shell under complete control.
Come in from downwind and pull up fast. Get ready to fast rope down to Shell 1. 5 minutes to ETA. Also, your top priority is to rescue and safeguard the President. Team Bravo, watch out for Stillman's back and get those C4s disarmed.
What are their demands?
$30 billion.
$30 billion? What makes them think they can get that much?
There was a government-sponsored tour going on at the Big Shell that day.
Hostages, huh?
A VIP from one of the major conservation groups, and one from our own government. The most important person in a sense.
The most important person?
James Johnson.
The president?
Unless the demands are met, the terrorists intend to blow the Big Shell out of the water.
And the crude will ignite, turning the Manhattan Harbor into an inferno.
That's not the worst-case scenario. If the chlorides being used to decontaminate the seawater go up with the oil, toxins containing catastrophic levels of dioxins will be released. In other words, the bay's ecosystem will be wiped out, and the sea will turn into a toxic soup for centuries, becoming the worst environmental disaster in history. You have 2 mission objectives. 1, infiltrate the offshore decontamination facility Big Shell and safeguard the president and other hostages. And 2, disarm the terrorists by any means necessary. You should know that SEAL Team 10 is also conducting a rescue operation.
Is this a joint effort?
No. Foxhound remains a covert body. Don't alert them to your presence. That is an order.
This is Snake. I'm now inside Strut A of Shell 1.
How are things?
We're in luck. Looks like there are no sentries posted here.
What's the visibility?
The lights on the plant's struts are functioning. I won't have to use the IR goggles.
Any problems?
There was a brand new hole cut through the oil fence. There's someone else besides me that wanted to get in badly.
That's not possible.
What about SEAL Team 10?
They landed on the roof of the Big Shell as planned. And by the way, Snake, we're changing your code name for all following communication.
What's wrong with Snake?
Just a precaution. You are now designated Raiden. All right, Raiden. You've already covered infiltration and VR training.
I've completed 300 missions in VR. I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary.
Okay, we'll skip that part. Make sure nobody sees you. If you need to, contact me by Codec. The frequency is 140.85. When you want to use the Codec, push the select button. When we need to reach you, contact you, the Codec will beep. When you hear that noise, press the select button. The Codec's receiver directly stimulates the small bones of your ear. No one but you will be able to hear it.
All right. I'll contact you if anything changes.
First, make your way to the upper section of the Big Shell.
How do I get up to the next level?
There's an elevator at the far end of that area. Use that.
Sounds good.
Your new sneaking suit uses electrofiber technology, a byproduct of fiber optics research. The texture isn't far removed from rubber, but the material protects against a wide range of toxic substances. The suit itself has a wide array of built-in sensors. It is referred to as smart skin in military R&D. Data about damage to different regions of the body, including blood loss, is exchanged between the suit and the intravenous nanomachines to create a feedback system.
There's a lot of pressure on my torso.
Relax. The suit applies varying pressure to major internal organs to maximize performance and safeguard their functions. They call this the skull suit in Foxhound.
Skull suit seems appropriate somehow.
The hatch with a circular handle will open into the elevator area. Locate the hatch first.
Copy that. Moving on to main mission objectives.
There we go. There we go. I've completed 300 missions in VR. It's really funny how he just instantly becomes the Raiden we all know and love as soon as that code name changes. At this point, the AI already takes into account the fact that it could be Snake who made the hole, hence why the sudden code name change. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure like plot-wise, how you would explain it. There also is the, Solidus taking the name of Solid Snake is another interesting detail. Did they see that happening? Did they engineer that somehow? Right, because we also have Solidus Snake taking the form of Solid Snake, taking his code name. But in a meta sense, I think they're just like we expect to be Snake. Raiden believes he is Snake, believes he can live up to Snake. We get Snake taken away from us, and Raiden literally gets his Snake persona taken from him. And I think that has a lot to do with it. Raiden is very much a player avatar, or, he represents the player in a lot of ways. Particularly the MGS1 fanboy, who had all these fantasies and dreams about an MGS2 sequel, who played MGS VR missions and got first place in all of them. And, MGS2 is all about tearing down that fantasy. Just that... Kojima said in one interview, when talking about MGS2, he said MGS1 was like this massive hit. It was this huge success on PS1. It kind of symbolized the console in a way. It was one of those big games that became synonymous with the console. Snake became this PlayStation mascot, this icon of the console. It was up there with your Resident Evils and your Final Fantasy VIIs and all the big games. And in an interview, Kojima commented on that, and he said, after the release of MGS1, Snake became an icon. And he followed that up by saying, but, how can anyone really relate to that? And that's where I got the idea to create Raiden. And, you can kind of interpret his comments there. How can we... I feel like in his comments, he's kind of worrying about the player getting lost in the fantasy of it all. And maybe that there's some kind of danger in that. I would imagine that's how he sees it anyway. I think it would be very much in line with later games as well, where he deals with similar sorts of themes regarding Big Boss. And kind of criticizing players who maybe get wrapped up in the Big Boss legend. I think that's a lot of what MGS5 is about. Which, plays off of this game in a lot of ways. The inversion of this game in a lot of ways. But let's take a look over here. Lots of interesting little details in this opening area. Details that are very easy to miss. One thing that I always think is interesting, one common criticism of MGS2 when it came out, and this is a valid criticism, I think, is that the balance between cutscenes and gameplay was unbalanced. That the game interrupted you too much. And I think that's very true of the plant. If you're playing the game like a normal human, like an average person, you go up to the door, you get a cutscene. You move in another few seconds, you get another cutscene. You walk 10 steps, you get a codec call. Then you get another cutscene, and then you move into the next area, you get another little cutscene. You walk out onto the bridge, you take a few more steps, you get another little cutscene. Into Strut B. Another big cutscene with Pliskin. One tiny stealth sequence before you get to that scene. Then you cross one bridge before you meet Stillman. No guard interactions, no meaningful gameplay. And I think that's a very valid criticism of MGS2. You know, I feel like people are right to have that, you know, opinion. To feel like the game was unbalanced with how it's managed scenes versus gameplay. But on repeat playthroughs, if you really get into the story, you find yourself looking for even more cutscenes and codec calls to break up the gameplay. You know? Like, it's the introduction to Raiden's character is one of my favorite parts of the whole series. Just with the amount of optional calls and little details you can discover in these opening few areas. So it's just kind of weird how you can look at it in different ways like that. You know, one player could play it and just be completely frustrated, and then I can play it and just, you know, wallow in all the little details and extra things that you can see. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting little touches and details here that we'll go over. Optional codec calls. And one of them is right here. If we lean up against this suit, I don't think we have to lean up against it. I think we can look at it in first-person view to also get the call, but here's the Colonel.
Raiden, you should be used to the controls by now. Proceed with your mission. The clock is ticking. Get on the elevator on the far side of this area and get to the upper section of the big shell.
But yeah, I guess what I was trying to say is that the pacing can feel really bad on a first playthrough. But then if you stop and you go out of your way to find even more story-related things, then it might not seem so bad, because you're kind of, instead of it just being the game, you know, giving you cutscene after cutscene after cutscene, you kind of participate in it now. If you go and look for the optional calls, you become more of a participant in the story. And then the pacing doesn't feel as bad, but I still feel like it's a pretty valid criticism. It's interesting as well how the Colonel gives you how you get that call there, you know, just to compare it with the tanker. If you run around outside the tanker for an hour, Otacon won't call you and say, fucking get moving. Little details like that I find to be interesting. You know, if you just compare the opening of the tanker and the opening of the plant and how you're treated, you know, how Snake is treated by Otacon versus how Raiden is treated by the Colonel. You know, Snake and Otacon, they're both on the same page. They're both on the same wavelength. They're working together. They have their own beliefs. They're fighting for them. And, you know, now it's just the exact opposite of that with Raiden. We are everyone's bitch. We're underneath everyone. The Colonel is obviously completely cold and dead as a character. Just interesting to compare. Let's lean up against this suit and get this call.
Colonel, there's a gym
This thing
suit.
is too cool.
Looks like a high barometric pressure diving suit. By maintaining barometric pressure within the suit, it should allow its wearer to carry out work at sea depths of as much as 300 meters. But it doesn't look even remotely usable. It's a very old model.
Yeah, and it's rusted all over. It doesn't even look like it's been used.
Raiden, that diving suit doesn't look like it works. Forget about it and return to your duties.
There's that line. We keep hearing that throughout the game. Return to your duties. Return to your duties. So, the gym suit there being described almost as a sort of prop. Doesn't even look like it's been used. It doesn't even look remotely usable, or whatever he said. And we get a very similar call if we come over here and look at this submarine. We go into first person, call the Colonel.
Raiden, over there is the submarine for deep sea dives. It is apparently used in repairing submerged areas of the big shell and for studying deep sea ecosystems and changes in water quality. It can dive to depths of around 500 meters at a maximum speed of roughly 3 knots. In addition to its normal water-resistant lighting, it is also outfitted with lighting resistant to muddy water. I doubt that you'll get it to work, though. That submarine is not operational. It doesn't pose any threat. Forget about it and return to your duties.
So there we go, another one. Very similar to this, to the description of the gym suit. I don't really want to entertain the blue box rumors. I don't think it's going to amount to anything. I thought it was pretty interesting at first, you know, a month or so ago when people first started talking about it. I thought there were some interesting coincidences and things like that, but then it all just started to feel too messy and too unprofessional to be anything meaningful. I think most likely it's just a developer trying to capitalize on desperate fans. But you know, we'll see. I don't really want to give it much attention though, you know. We'll see what happens. So let's take a look at these bugs over here. The gym suit is a prop. The submarine is a prop. It seems like the bugs couldn't be props, could they?
Look at all these bugs. The seawater is polluted with crude oil, and yet they can still survive.
It's an altered bug that can resolve crude oil.
Altered?
Yes, through genetic engineering. It was created in the lab to combat frequent oil spills. It doesn't exist naturally. The bug is genetically altered with DNA from a bacteria called Pseudomonas, which can decompose crude oil. It has an enzyme in its body that can break up oil, and was modified so it instinctively consumes any crude oil that it absorbs. One of the reasons the big shell has little oil pollution is because of this bug. It also helps in reducing costs and the number of spill maintenance workers. It's a form of bioremediation. It's for the most part innocuous, so no need to be worried. Those bugs have ravenous appetites. Be careful that they don't end up eating your rations. Shake your equipment to protect the items from sea lice.
All right.
I like how even when you press R1 and R2 to get his thoughts here, it still has the effect as if he's talking through the mask. Nice attention to detail. So the bugs may not be props, but it still kind of fits with the whole theme here. You know, everything is unnatural. You know, the bugs are altered, genetically modified. The gym suit and the submarine feel like some kind of prop. And then there's, you know, Raiden's whole personality, the change from Snake to Raiden, and how his personality just instantly switches. You know, like the Colonel flicked the switch and just changed his whole being. Another very, very cool detail here is the bomb. Look at this. You know how later on we'll be freezing Fat Man's bombs? And it turns out that all the bombs were dummies to trigger the real bomb, which is down here. This is the real bomb, and there's no light flashing on it, which makes sense because it has yet to activate. We'll see other bombs before we meet Stillman later on, when we go up above to the top of Strut A, and those bombs will be blinking, even before that part of the game begins, but this one isn't. So another cool touch here. Another thing to imply that everything's kind of set up here as well, I guess. Everything's a kind of illusion.
Raiden, first get to the upper section of the big shell. Take the elevator in the north end of the area. To get to the elevator area, go through the connecting passageway to the north. The passage is behind a watertight hatch. It should look like a door with a circular handle. You're currently using artificial blood primed with nanomachines.
What did you do with my own blood?
It's being kept in cold storage. It will be circulated back into your body when you return. If the life gauge drops to the red zone, you won't be able to stop the bleeding by yourself. Bloodstains can give your presence away to the enemy. Be careful. To stop the flow, select a bandage from among your items. You can also go into a crouch or crawl and stay completely still for a while. All you have to do is stop moving for a duration of time, and your nanomachines will arrange for platelets to be produced in large numbers. The bleeding will stop as a result.
So there we find out about Raiden's artificial blood. A lot of people who haven't played MGS2 in a while, they often think about Raiden's white blood in MGS4, and they assume that it's the same thing in this game. But now you'll see later that Raiden's blood in this is actually red. But yeah, another interesting detail. What did you do with my own blood? You know, he's kind of surprised by it. He's only learning now that his blood has been replaced. That's kind of concerning. Let's go for a swim.
Got your feet wet? These are the basic controls for swimming. Stroke the water and move forward by pushing the punch button. Push it in rapid succession to swim faster. Change your heading with the left stick. Up will take you up, down takes you lower, left and right to face those directions. The O2 gauge will appear under your life gauge while you're underwater. The gauge corresponds to the amount of air you can hold from a single deep breath. Once the O2 gauge falls to 0, the life gauge will start to drop. You need to be aware of that.
Also, JMP, I don't think I said hi. How's it going? The Colonel's voice there, the way it changes, that you might think with all this discussion that is another intentional part of the game where that's, you know, to foreshadow the Colonel being an AI or something. That kind of works, but that's not the case. That is re-recorded dialogue for the HD collection. They had to re-record certain bits of dialogue where they specifically mentioned controller names due to some kind of copyright issue or something like that. Maybe because the game was multi-plat and they couldn't mention DualShock controller. They couldn't, like, mention the word DualShock or something like that. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure why it was re-recorded, but I think it has something to do with copyright and controller names. You'll only ever get those re-recorded lines when the Colonel mentions certain controls. Whenever he mentions controls and, you know, those kind of tutorial calls. Those are the only times you'll hear that re-recorded dialogue. Thankfully. Zero has some lines, has some calls like that in MGS3 as well. They had to re-record some of that dialogue. We can get thermal goggles nice and early here as well if we swim down there. And I forgot to pick up this shaver. Another little thing that'll trigger an Easter egg later on. Before we open this door, I want to get one more call with the Colonel.
The punch is the basis of hand-to-hand combat. Push the punch button. Hit it repeatedly to do a combo and take out the enemy. Unlike in VR training, you can fight in first-person view also. Use that to your advantage.
Echoing Grey Fox there, the basis of hand-to-hand combat. Notice how he says as well that unlike in VR training, you can now punch in first person. We could not do this in VR training, according to the Colonel. So what does that say about our experiences on the tanker as Snake, which so many people theorize was Raiden's VR training? Kind of puts a hole in that theory, doesn't it? Because we can punch in first person when we play the tanker. We know that Raiden has done the tanker in VR. Obviously, all the talk of VR is supposed to be a metaphor for the player's previous experiences, but if you're to explain it within the world of the game itself, there are kind of some holes there. But at the same time, the game does want you to question if that was Raiden's VR. You know, that one interesting detail is how that dialogue changes with the Colonel, depending on if you've played the tanker first or not. Because you do have a choice. You can go into this game, you can just select the plant from the main menu. You don't have to play the tanker first. And if you do that, if you just choose the plant, the dialogue will be slightly different when the Colonel changes Raiden's codename from Snake to Raiden. Instead of saying, all right, Raiden, you've already covered infiltration and VR training, he will say, all right, Raiden, this is your first infiltration mission. If you play the tanker, all right, Raiden, you've already covered infiltration and VR training. If you don't play the tanker, all right, Raiden, this is your first VR, this is your first real mission or whatever. This is your first infiltration mission. So, you know, that dialogue heavily implies that the tanker is the VR that he's referring to. But then later on we learn that, you know, Raiden has done a lot of stuff in VR. Regardless of whether you play the tanker first or not, Raiden will still have that backstory where he's completed 300 missions in VR. That scene with Snake will still go down the same way. But yeah, just interesting little things to consider. One weird change as well here. This was not in the original game. Something that Bluepoint seemed to have added. Metal Gear 2. What looks to me like Guns of Patriots, but maybe it's supposed to be Sons of Patriots. It's a very strange thing that they added. Same up here. Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Patriots. Did they forget what game they were working on? I don't know. I wouldn't think too hard about this stuff anyway. These little touches.
Colonel, I've sighted an enemy sentry. AN-94 and a Makarov. Those grenades, all his equipment, is Russian-made.
Must be a Gurlukovich man.
Gurlukovich?
A Russian private army that was in line to work with the Shadow Moses takeover group 4 years ago.
What's their stake in this one?
They must have made a deal, an arrangement with the terrorists. They've become a band of mercenaries, an army without a country.
Sounds familiar. Genome, thank you for the $5. These runs are always such a treat. Thank you, dog. Thank you very much, Genome. Throw the Match with the 4 months as well. Thank you. Doubloon with the 47 months. Thank you. Did I miss anyone else here? Indianos, John Anakin. Cheers, guys. Those two signs are not important. Forget about it and return to your duties. Well, maybe if the Colonel had some dialogue like that, then maybe I'd think more about it. But I think this is just Bluepoint shenanigans. I'm not really, I'm not sure if there's much to it. Let's keep going here. Rich Man with the 3 months. Thank you. Here's some more Bluepoint shenanigans. Metal Gear Solid Tank Hanger. Okay. Why doesn't it... Come on, they could have done something... They could have done something cool here. What if it said Metal Gear Solid Dock? You know? Then it would tie into this being a recreation of the dock from MGS1, because that's what this place is. Tank hangar? Come on, Blue Point. What is this? There's Snake turning his back to us. Out of sight, out of reach.
Colonel, there's definitely another intruder in here besides me.
That's not a possibility.
Not a team. Looks like a solo job.
One man.
We may not know who he is, but he managed to take care of every sentry in the area. They're all out cold. Whoever he is, he's got some skills.
We need to get an ID. But for now, you can take advantage of the situation and get to work. There's a terminal in front of the elevator. A node.
Did you say nerd?
Not nerd. Node.
Oh.
Use the node to gain access to the Big Shell's facilities network.
Oh.
Then what?
Pull up the map of the structure. That'll let you activate the soliton radar.
The soliton radar? True. That radar came in useful during VR training.
A radar system uses biological magnetic fields as input. These estimated enemy positions are projected onto a map according to reference points collected via GPS signals and field personnel reports. We need to get to the map through the Big Shell's node to put this data processing to practical use. The node unit is about 3...
Fuck! The node unit is about 3 feet high. Should be colored blue. Each area has at least one. How do I gain access? Just push the action button in front of the node. The nanomachines in your body will take care of the security clearance and allow you access to the node. Complete the procedure before those sentries gain consciousness. If they spot you, you won't be able to gain access for a while. Stay on guard. Got it. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm not sure what the deal is with the nerd node line either, actually. I guess, like, I've always just interpreted it as, you know, showing how... to highlight how much of a doofus Raiden is, I guess. Or to just highlight how this guy isn't really like Snake. There's nothing really cool or suave about that line. You know, it's kind of silly, kind of characterizes Raiden as, you know, it's not like, it's like the opposite of sharp, you know? But I think it's probably something that also works a bit better in Japanese. I think maybe the word for maybe they sound similar in Japanese. Maybe it's easier to mistake the words in Japanese. Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily supposed to characterize him as being dense, but you know, it kind of has that feeling where it's certainly not something Snake would say. It's a bit goofy, you know? But in Japanese, Raiden is quite different. You know, he isn't as on edge as he is in the English version. You know, he's so high-strung in this version, in English. Everything's turned up to 11, and he kind of has this angsty feel to him. In Japanese, he doesn't really feel like that. You know, his voice is a lot deeper. He sounds a good bit colder as well, I think. And I think that's something that works a lot better for certain scenes. Like, when it comes to the big reveals and how he was actually a child soldier and all of that. in English, it's kind of harder to buy that, I think, just because of how he comes across. You know, like the guy who says things like, if we don't hurry, it'll be the last we see. You know, this guy is like a dark, brooding child soldier. This guy has like a really dark, cold past, and he's suffering all this PTSD and all this trauma. I think in Japanese, it works a bit better. You know, I think his personality foreshadows that past better. In English, it feels more like it comes out of left field. I think, anyway. I'm not super familiar with the Japanese version and all, you know, the intricacies of his, of how he's acted in Japanese, but I've watched a good few of the scenes in Japanese. And that's the impression I get, you know, that he sounds, he just sounds better, you know, it suits the character, it sounds like it fits the character more. So Japanese equals cold, empty Raiden. English, silly, naive Raiden. Both ways of showing a human puppet, I guess. Well, I think in Japanese, there are some similarities. You know, I think he is still supposed to come across as naive in a way in Japanese. You know, the character is still written in the same way. His body language during scenes are the same. You know, he still has a similar dynamic with Snake and Stillman and all the characters he meets, where he's kind of low on the pecking order. You know, he's beneath everyone. So that's still there in Japanese. I think there are just a lot of subtle differences, and he just isn't as, you know, he kind of has, in the English version, he kind of fits in with this sort of teen angst kind of archetype. I think maybe there's less of that in the Japanese version. Regarding Node versus Nerd, I don't remember that particularly. However, I do remember a general pattern of attempts to kick it American style. In the original, I felt it was essentially juvenile name dropping, whether it was, hey, I speak English, puns, or knowing references to mushers in the NSA. I'm not sure about all that. But okay. Oh, you were responding to Rawban. Sorry, I thought you were talking to me there. Oh no, I think I mixed up two of your fucking comments there. My chat scrolled there without me realizing. Never mind. Hold on a second. Stekio with the 100 bits. Thank you. Been watching you for a while, and I'm just wondering how and when you started playing Metal Gear. It's my favorite franchise. I started playing when I was 7 or 8 years old. I played MGS1. That was the first game I played, MGS1 on PS1. My stepdad bought it for himself, and he gave it to me when he was finished. I think he had to help me go through several parts of the game. I think he had to do the torture for me, and I think I remember asking him, you know, several times about where to go, blowing up the walls to get to Baker to fight Ocelot. I don't think I was paying attention during the scene with the DARPA chief, and I had no idea that I had to blow up some random wall. I think I needed his help there. I have this vague memory of him telling me about the painted over walls, and that I can knock on the walls to figure out which part I should blow up. So yeah, that's how I got into MGS. And yeah, then it just continued from there. I got the MGS2 demo, played the MGS2 demo religiously. Really enjoyed MGS2 when I played it for the first time, but a lot of it flew over my head. I was like 10 years old. I enjoyed it, but I just remember being very confused. Just very confused little boy playing through MGS2. I remember being bored by some of the big dialogue scenes. You know, all the talks about the information age and the Patriots' digital control and all that. You know, I didn't really... that didn't really do it for me as a 10-year-old. But I still remember being hooked by the Patriots conspiracy. I think that was the one thing that still grabbed me. Even if I couldn't really latch on to many of the concepts in the game, I was still pulled in by just the general mystery of this, you know, mysterious, shadowy group that was controlling everything from behind the scenes. You know, that was still appealing as a 10-year-old. Yeah, you know, and then it just went from there. I played all the others. But I think I only really got into the series when I started to re-explore the games in my early 20s. When I was like 19 or 20, when I went back and, you know, played MGS1 again for the first time in years and years and years since I was a kid. And then I kind of rediscovered the series, and that's when I really got into it. Viper coming in with the tier 1 sub as well. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Thank you very much, Viper. Okay, I want to get a certain call here. If we go straight into our codec screen after getting that last call and call the Colonel again, we can get a pretty interesting conversation about this room.
Colonel, I remember this place.
Of course you do. This is level 1 from the VR missions.
You're right. I see it now.
You may not have field experience, but you've been trained in the hyper-reality of simulated combat.
Fuck! What the hell is going on? I'm not pressing X at all. Remember how I was talking shit about this controller during the Police Nauts playthrough? That it was, you know, I was dropping the magnet by mistake even though I didn't press anything? Don't give in to fear. Just do as you were trained and everything will be alright. It was the last line anyway. So yeah, that's a strange conversation. I hope that doesn't keep happening. I'm going to be very careful now when I touch this controller. I'll be very careful. The conversation starts and Raiden says, Colonel, I recognize this place. Of course you do. This is level 1 from the VR missions. That is quite a thing to come out with. This is level 1 from the VR missions? I thought this was like my first real infiltration mission. Why is this set up just like VR? Isn't that a bit suspicious? You know? I feel like a normal reaction to what the Colonel says there would be like, wait, what the hell's going on here, Colonel? Why does this resemble my VR training? But that's not what happens at all. Raiden says, oh yeah, I see it now. And then the Colonel says, just do as you were trained and everything will be alright. You've already been trained in the hyper-reality of simulated combat. There's no need for fear or whatever. And Raiden is encouraged by that. You know, he's done this before. He's confident. He doesn't question it at all, which is quite strange. But I guess when you're heavily brainwashed and you believe all your previous experiences are VR, maybe you wouldn't think to question this. I don't know. When he calls this place level 1 from the VR missions, I think most people would look at this area and think the start of MGS1, right? We swim in through the dock during the opening scene. Then we get here, we see a forklift and an elevator at the back of the room, just like MGS1, just like the dock in MGS1. And it's obviously supposed to resemble that, but I think, like the Colonel said, it is also supposed to resemble VR missions. Literally level 1 from VR missions, like he said. If you think of level 1 in VR missions, you start at the bottom left of the screen. You have an obstruction right above you. You have to move to the right and then up. There's even a little path here, just like this in the first level in VR missions, where you can hide. The layout here isn't exactly the same, but You know, we don't have all this shit in level 1 from VR missions, but it is similar. We have to go up and then move to the right, and at the top right corner of the room, you have the goal in VR missions. And that's where the goal is here as well. And just like in VR missions, the goal is colored blue. Just like the Colonel said, the node being colored in blue. So, interesting. Another cool detail as well, something I didn't notice for a long time. Until pretty recently, actually, I think, like a few playthroughs ago. You know, there's a fight here with Fortune later on, where you can't hit her, you just have to avoid her and use all the, you have to use the environment as cover. Well, this is all the same stuff that you see here later when you fight Fortune. All these barrels, all this stuff. It's all here when we fight Fortune, except it's all just laid out differently. It's all set up differently. But all these crates and everything, it's the same stuff.
Raiden, you won't be able to use any of the enemy's equipment.
Why not?
You should know that all active weapons are equipped with a personal identification system. The owner enters their required user ID information during the weapon registration or at the start of a mission. If anyone other than the registered user tries to fire the weapon, the ID system will not authorize the action.
But these are black market Russian weapons. How can they be equipped with identification functionality?
They must have been customized by the terrorists themselves. These are professionals we're dealing with, and they certainly won't let their own equipment be used against them.
I'm guessing it's the same for the Navy SEALs gear?
Right.
How am I supposed to procure weapons then?
Find the ones that haven't yet been individualized. Everything you find in the item box is clean. You should know this from your VR training.
Okay, I know those.
Items in the item box are yours to use at will. They will be your supply source with regards to weaponry and gear.
Okay, so this is another little detail that we'll talk about later, but I think Raiden is right to question the Colonel here when he's talking about ID-locked weapons. How can they be equipped with whatever he says, identification functionality? These are black market Russian weapons. Yeah, I don't think the Colonel is telling the truth there. I think Raiden can use these weapons. He's just not allowed to. But there'll be a detail later on that will add more to that theory. A couple of details, I guess. Just thinking about this whole thing with how they rearrange all this stuff for the Fortune fight, I never actually did count all the barrels here and see if they're all here later on. So there's 6 barrels, it seems like. I wonder if we can see all 6 later on during the Fortune fight. Should count all the crates here as well and see if they're all here later. But there certainly are a few barrels. There's definitely 4 of them. I'm not sure if these 2 caution ones are here. I think these other 4 might be. Oh, there's another one here as well. There's 7, yeah. I don't think there's 7 barrels here during the Fortune fight, but we'll see. I'm not sure what I want to do. Let's carry this guy down. You can think ahead here and carry all these guys down to the lockers, which makes the next section so much easier than it usually is, especially on this difficulty. The bottom of Strut A can be pretty rough on Extreme. Oh, there's one call that I forgot to get. But we should still be able to get it.
Before you head for the upper right. Move in close to...
Definitely.
Move in behind the...
I agree.
Raiden. Push the R2 or L...
I see.
Once you see the codec...
That's right.
It's taken a while.
Raiden. When you're flattened against a corner, you have the ability to survey the scene behind you while staying concealed. This is called the corner view. Use it to find an opening in their surveillance and move ahead undiscovered. Strafing is allowed, unlike in VR training. Peek by using the L2 and R2 buttons, and make jump out shots with the weapon button. Take advantage of the different options.
So this is something that the Colonel does all the time. You know, whenever he mentions something that you couldn't do in MGS1 or VR missions, he will say, unlike in VR training. Every time. Like first-person attacks, strafing shots, all that stuff.
Flatten yourself against...
Right.
Ah! I skipped it! I skipped it! Can we get that call again, I wonder?
If you find an item box, walk up to it and take a look in first-person view. You should be able to see what's inside the box.
Fuck! I wonder if you can get these calls
An
again.
item box.
Probably not. I wonder how many unique tutorials he even has here.
Once you put a choke...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, Raiden, that this is a covert mission. There's a lot of them and only one of you. You'll be surrounded...
Probably, yeah.
He'll probably just start repeating them now.
Select a weapon.
But yeah, it's a seemingly random tutorial call where he's teaching you how to knock and to distract the enemy, to lure the enemy. And at the end of the tutorial, he says deception should be one of your strong points. Or is that only if the other party is a beautiful woman? Which comes out of nowhere. You know, it feels like a jab at Raiden. Which kind of takes you by surprise, given that it's a tutorial call. Deception should be one of your strong points, or is that only if the other party is a beautiful woman? And what's interesting about the call is that it plays off MGS1's version of that exact same tutorial call. In MGS1, when you do that tutorial call at the start of the game with the Colonel, Naomi butts in at the end and she says, "You're good at tricking people, aren't you, Snake?" Mirroring the Colonel saying deception should be one of your strong points. She says, "You're good at tricking people, aren't you, Snake?" And Snake responds by saying, "Only a beautiful woman such as yourself." So here we have the Colonel taking that dialogue from MGS1 and kind of twisting it. DRK's theory is that it's not supposed to make any sense. That it's the Colonel taking MGS1's data, but not really having any context for it. So he's giving you MGS1 tutorials, but it doesn't make any sense because, you know, what is that supposed to mean in the context of MGS2? Whereas I thought that it probably was supposed to foreshadow Raiden and Rose's relationship, and maybe Raiden's secrecy about his past and the things that he hides relating to his past, you know, the stuff that he hides from Rose. And I think you could call that a form of deception. But I don't know. I quite like DRK's theory that it's just nonsensical and it's maybe there just to highlight that the Colonel is an AI. I do like that theory, but I think it's probably supposed to, you know, give a hint with regards to Rose and Raiden's past. Or Raiden's past. Anyway, it's an interesting little detail. Crazy little detail. You know, just taking a tutorial like that and putting just this weird spin on it. Yeah, very strange call. I was mind blown when I found that for the first time. Or, you know, when I realized that it was similar to that call from MGS1. It's like, what the hell is going on here? Okay, we'll bring this guy down. And then we'll leave the third guy. There's one more guy there, but we'll deal with him ourselves. Yeah, I'd go with the rose foreshadowing. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like, what is it? If it's rose foreshadowing, what is its foreshadowing exactly? What is the deception? Just Raiden's lies about his past? Raiden keeping all those secrets? I think that could work. This is one of the few areas in the game as well where you do need to worry about your shadow. Shadows don't usually tie into the gameplay much in this game, but if you're here and an enemy is up here looking down, they can notice your shadow. You don't really get much of that in this game. I get the impression that they were originally going to use shadows more in the gameplay, but for whatever reason they didn't. Maybe they had issues with it. I'm trying to think. Maybe that's the only area in the game where they can actually notice your shadows. I think it might be. Just this one situation here. Maybe there are a couple of other areas.
Raiden, the computer terminal you see over there is what's called a node.
This?
Right. Log into it right now. Stand in front of the node and push the action button.
Yes, sir. In the tanker too, can they see your shadows on the tanker? You know, there's that one scene where they introduce the concept of shadows. You know, where you get that little scene with Snake looking at the guard and you see his shadow. Maybe... I don't think it's possible for him to ever see your shadow when he's just patrolling up and down that hallway. But maybe if you move him to another location and he has to run back or something and you're standing in that hallway where he is initially, I don't know.
Nodes are the terminals of the Operation Support Computer Network for the Big Shell. Of course, only Big Shell staff can gain access, with their job description determining their system authority and access. I installed a program in your nanomachines that automatically enters the passcode for unrestricted access. Press the action button in front of the node to activate it. Use the node by pressing the action button in front of the terminal.
So Colonel Roy Campbell is now installing programs in people's nanomachines. Kind of sounds a bit suspicious to me. Doesn't sound like Roy Campbell to me. I mean, maybe it's an easy process to install programs in people's nanomachines. I don't really know how the technology works, but kind of seems a little bit fishy. A little bit out of character, almost. Yeah, the shadows come into play against Vamp as well, and that's cool. You know, the way he can freeze your shadows and you have to shoot out the lights. But for the most part, it feels a little underused, like they didn't really get to do what they wanted with the shadows. But it doesn't really matter, you know, there are so many other gameplay improvements that you can kind of let it slip. The way the ground lights up there as well. I guess that's just supposed to be a reflection of the light. But it kind of looks like it's like the floor itself is lighting up. So a couple of Easter eggs here. If we enter Kajumbo's name, we can get his details. We can also get Yoji Shinkawa's details. There we go. I don't think any of the other devs get a birthday here. Just the two top dogs. And for some reason, they don't have years. In the original game, you could enter the year, but in the HD collection, for some reason, you can't. I'm not sure why that is. I'm not sure if anyone knows why. Let's see. And if you enter today's date, you get a little happy birthday message. Of course, this is what gets put on Raiden's dog tags. Whatever name you enter here. This is when the role-playing begins. Let's see. Ooh, what are we gonna go for? Some random celebrity name. Some long forgotten celebrity. What would be a good name? What would take people by surprise at the end of the game? What about Renee Zellweger? Remember Renee Zellweger? Actually, I think she's had a bit of a resurgence lately. Okay, let's go for Renee Zellweger. How do you spell Renee Zellweger? Is it with two E's? I think it's with two E's. Brandon Fraser. Brandon Fraser. Okay, I'm having second thoughts about this. Keanu Reeves is hot. No. Keanu Reeves is way too popular. You know. There's Keanu emotes all over Twitch. Tom Sizemore. Bam Margera. Bam Margera is in pretty rough state right now, I think. Jake Gyllenhaal. Roger Moore. Hanson. I like Brandon Fraser. I think I'm gonna go for Brandon Fraser. Yeah, I really like that. You get to MGS2's existential ending cutscene, and then you think of that big goofy face from fucking Tarzan or Bedazzled or whatever the fuck. Yeah, I want people to think of that big goofy face when they see those dog tags. That's perfect. Let me just make sure I'm getting his surname right here. Is it the traditional name? The traditional spelling of Fraser? Oh, no, it's Fraser. It's Fraser. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Brandon Fraser. Am I gonna go for some random country? Trinidad and Tobago. I think we'll just go for USA. Perfect.
Good work, Raiden.
The radar should be functioning now.
He's Canadian!
VR
Oh
training
no!
sessions. The tool is exactly the same one. It maps the terrain as well as the position of enemy personnel. The bright dot in the middle is you, Raiden. The red dots are your enemies, and the blue cone shape represents their field of vision. Your radar isn't affected by the weather, but if you're discovered by an enemy, you won't be able to use it. It gets jammed easily, I'm afraid. It's all made from currently existing technology. You won't be able to use it in an area with strong harmonic resonance, so be careful. The Big Shell's layout map should now be available after touching the Start button.
How
What
do
the
I save
fuck
the
was that
mission
sound?
data?
I've set aside a proprietary frequency for saves, and an analyst to work on the data too.
Jack, is everything all right?
What are you doing here?
Jack, can you hear me?
Rose, you're not supposed to be involved. What's going on?
Jack, I'm a part of this mission.
Colonel, what the hell is going on?
Raiden, meet the mission analyst. She'll be overseeing the data saving and support.
Why her?
The Foxhound analyst that was supposed to take part in this mission was in an accident. Rosemary was brought in as a replacement.
An accident?
And according to the files, she knows you better than anybody else.
Rose may be in the service, but an intelligence analyst is no field officer.
Not to worry. She has our technical staff at her disposal.
She's never been a part of a field mission. This is insane.
I have my own reasons for selecting her for this mission, soldier.
Colonel, I fail to see...
I know your VR training performance in and out, but sometimes that's not enough. You're familiar with the Shadow Moses incident?
You know I covered it in VR.
If there's a crucial tactical detail that case taught us, it was the power of the operative's will to survive.
I was trained to fight. My personal feelings have no place in a mission.
Love the sound here.
We've learned that it doesn't work that way. And on the field, you need all the help you can get.
Jack, you're stuck with me whether you like it or not.
Rose,
You need someone to watch your back. But I have conditions that need to be met, Colonel.
What is it?
I'll perform my duties and save that mission data, but I'm aware that technically I'm not part of the mission control team. After all, I'm just a normal girl who's worried about Jack. But that means, Colonel, that I am not required to follow your orders outside of my immediate duties. Jack is not simply a field personnel for me to track. His safety comes first to me, not the mission. And because of that, I will be monitoring and keeping a record of every communication you have with him, Colonel.
Given the circumstances, you're free to do what you see fit.
Hey, I prefer this to being kept in the dark waiting.
I'd like to make a request, if I may.
Of course.
His handle is Raiden. For the duration of the mission, could you call him that?
Yes, sir. All right, Raiden. Let me know when you're ready to turn in a save. The proprietary save frequency is 140.96. I just switched frequencies. Jack,
what?
do you know what day it is tomorrow?
April 30th. Is there something special about it?
Isn't there?
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Oh well, I'll keep trying till I hear the answer. I'm gonna let you go now, Jack. Take care.
Okay. Let me see. Is this guy still asleep? He is. Okay. If you spend a long time on that screen, maybe it's only on European Extreme, on the dog tag screen when you're entering your data. If you spend a long time on that screen, when you cut to gameplay here, they can all just be awake immediately. It's a bug. It's only on the HD collection. But I think it can only happen on European Extreme. And maybe it can... Maybe it's like tied to the disc version as well or something. Let's see. Eddie Kusanagi with the Prime sub. Thank you very much. I think I need to thank someone else here as well. Goldmeister, thank you for the 7. Cheers, guys.
Raiden, the enemy sentry is regaining consciousness.
Be careful, Jack.
Find somewhere to hide until the elevator arrives. You must stay out of sight.
Pop. And we spank his ass. put him back to sleep as soon as he wakes up. Love how he's pressed against the wall there. And now we just wait casually.
The terrorists call themselves Sons of Liberty.
Sons of Liberty?
The name of their leader is Solid Snake.
The hero of Shadow Moses? So that's why you changed my code name.
Right, but he can't be the Solid Snake. He died 2 years ago on that tanker after he blew it sky high.
Could he have
The
survived?
sound there,
Not
man.
a chance.
That music.
Colonel, I'm on the roof. There are no sentries, but it would only take one to spot me in this light.
You never had daylight VR training after all. Stay extra sharp until you can find a node to log in from.
What about the commandos?
SEAL Team 10 has landed on struts B and C.
And the president?
Seems he was spotted on strut B.
Strut B?
The big shell is comprised of shells 1 and 2. Each unit consists of a central core and 6 struts surrounding it.
So the whole thing is shaped like 2 hexagons connected end on end.
Exactly. And you're on the roof of strut A, shell 1 at the moment. First, get to a node. Log into the network.
Got it.
Strut A. Ooh, I almost forgot about the seagulls. Yeah, we're going to be doing some experimenting soon with these seagulls. But we need to get our M9 first before we can do that. God, I love that music that plays when Raiden rises up in the elevator. The sound effects, those big dramatic swooshes as he lifts up his head, so surreal. To compare it with MGS1 as well, you know, in MGS1 when we rise up the elevator with Snake, it's like this dark, badass action hero moment. You know, he looks at the camera, the character is revealed, but here it's like we're seeing the same thing, but it doesn't really feel the same. It feels dramatic and big, but in a way that's just where it feels like everything's being turned on its head. The Colonel, as we rise up, we're hearing about how Snake is now the terrorist kingpin. The same Solid Snake that we were seeing in the elevator in the first game. The hero. Everything's being turned upside down. You never had daylight VR training after all, because, of course, when we rise up in the elevator in MGS1, it's night. The mission takes place at night. And all the VR missions as well, I guess, are at night, or they're in some kind of situation where it's neither day or night. I know this is an MGS2 stream, but I've got a quick question about 3. You know when you eat something or heal yourself, there's a little pop-up video. In the originals it looked fine, but in the HD it becomes pixelated as it plays. Yes, I'm not sure why that is, just... yeah. It's an issue with the HD collection. Yeah, I'm not sure why. Yeah, it's an unfortunate little bug or little problem with the HD collection. Oh, right as they took off. Wow, that was a quick one. Solid Snake wouldn't get shit on at the start of his epic mission. Here it is, the ultimate MGS2 fantasy. Go on, one more. Snake would shit on the birds, yeah. Look at that detail as well. It looks really good, you know? That really does look like bird shit. Solid Snake wouldn't slip on bird shit. Let's do a couple of calls here.
Raiden, the elevator's gone down. There's no need for you to return to the deep sea dock. Proceed with the mission. If you see an approximately waist-high railing, push the action button near it. You will be able to climb over the railing and hang down from the other side. This is referred to as hanging. Not only does it allow you to stay out of the enemy's sight, you will be able to reach locations that are otherwise inaccessible.
The game would be enhanced with some wacky sound effects when something ridiculous happens to Raiden. I don't know, I think that would be a little bit too comical. You know, I feel like that's already slapstick enough, I think.
You will be able to move...
Exactly.
A grip gauge is displayed under the life gauge while hanging. The grip gauge indicates how firm a grip you have. It will decrease over time as long as you're...
Yeah. The shit sticks as if Raiden's eyes are a camera lens, another VR hint. Maybe, but that sort of stuff is also just a part of Kojima's style as well, I think. Whether something is supposed to be VR or not, he'll often have things that highlights, you know, the artificial nature of the game. You know, like even on the tanker, you'll have raindrops that land on the camera and things like that. And then, like, let the lens flare and stuff like that when you're playing MGS5. Maybe! Colonel, what do you have to say here?
Raiden, look at that wire fence. You may be able to crawl through it. Crouch down using the crawl button. Then push the left stick in the direction you want to move. Push the crawl button again to stand up. You can use weapons even while crawling. This is different from VR training, so you keep that in mind.
When you die in first person, the screen breaks like a camera. Yeah, I was thinking about that as well when he asked the question. Yeah, I mean, maybe it is there to make you question the reality of the situation. Could be. So if we stop here and look down at the fence, we can get another call about it.
Colonel, don't you think it's strange that the fence is missing this spot right here?
Yes, I do.
You don't think that he got away?
It's possible. Be on the alert.
Roger that.
So this is another thing that I like to question and think about. We're told later on, repeatedly, that Snake is not an intended part of the simulation. That he isn't supposed to be a part of the S3 plan, this whole mission that Raiden is undergoing. That he's the wild card. But isn't it interesting that the mission begins with Snake entering the facility before we do? We follow him through. We swim through the hole in the fence that he cut through during the opening scene of the game, and now he's cutting another hole in the fence that we crawl through. There's no other way of getting in. These doors are locked. So, isn't it interesting that we seem to need Snake's help here to progress with the mission? But he's not a part of the simulation, apparently. The game is full of little parallels to MGS1, where characters resemble characters from MGS1. Certain scenes play out in the same way. You know, all as a part of this simulation, as it's designed to do. But Snake, not an intended part of the simulation. However, if you think of the previous scene that we saw at the bottom of Strut A, it does resemble a scene from MGS1. Snake is filling a role from MGS1. The first thing we see him do is take out 3 guards. And Raiden asks the Colonel about this other guy that's there besides him. And that is very reminiscent of Gray Fox in MGS1. There's another intruder besides me. He's already done in 3 people. And I think the way he ascends in the elevator is supposed to resemble Liquid as well. During the opening cutscene of MGS1, we see another character go up the elevator before we do. And the same thing happens in MGS2. We see another character go up the elevator before we do, and it's Snake. So, and we'll see more things like this throughout the game, where Snake will fill various roles from MGS1 and imitate various characters, but still not an intended part of the simulation, apparently. Are they all just coincidences?
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 is in.
Do we really have no line of communication with the SEALs?
They don't know a thing about us. You know we work in the dark, and this mission is no exception. Only a few people know about your presence here. There's no need for concern. This operation is under Pentagon's direct command, and the NSDD came from the Vice President and the Secretary of Defense. Your mission may be top secret, but it's gone through the usual channels.
Another thing that's interesting to consider when thinking about Snake and his role as well is that the actual explanation for how he's here is one of the most absurd things. You know, it all ties into Liquid's character. That the ghost living inside Liquid's arm that can possess Ocelot is the one who leaked the information and got Snake out to the plant. You know, that's how it's explained at the end of the game. And I guess it would make sense that it would be something absurd like that would get past the Patriots, that they wouldn't have control of. But yeah, it's very bizarre.
I'll go check the roof. I'll leave the first floor to you, okay?
Understood.
Colonel, I've located the node, but it's under heavy surveillance. I can't get in any closer.
Distract them. Try making some noise to draw their attention away.
How?
Flatten yourself against a wall and hit the punch button.
Got it.
Yeah, I prefer to just not even consider MGS4 when talking about 2's story. You know, 4 doesn't really do anything to complement the story of 2, I don't think. You know, and you even get ridiculous things where they, you know, claim that the real Roy Campbell was Raiden's commander and that he was actually in Foxhound, and, you know, all these huge details that contradict major parts of MGS2. I think 2 is really necessary to understand 4, but 4 doesn't really do much to add to 2. You know, the mysteries were supposed to be left as mysteries. All of the absurd, unexplainable things, supernatural things, they weren't supposed to have answers. And I think it's kind of easy. It's easy for me to just look at this game in the context of MGS 1 and 2 as well. It's, I think it's kind of easy to ignore 4 when thinking about this game. Pop.
Got one, I see. Don't leave him lying around. Hide the body as soon as possible. When his comrades come back from the roof, you don't want him being found. If they do find him, they'll be on the alert and things can get difficult. When you take a hostile down, hide the body where a patrol is unlikely to come around. You can drag an enemy personnel's body. This is how to do it. First, walk up to the body, and with all weapons deselected, press the weapon button to pick it up. As long as you have the weapon button held down, you can move around with the body in your grasp. Release the weapon button to let go of the body.
What do you take me for? Quite strange. You play the tanker. Don't get any of these tutorials. Probably going to be familiar with this stuff. Then you get treated by a bitch. Get treated like a bitch. Get treated by a bitch. Well, I guess the Colonel is a bit of a bitch as well. But we get treated like a bitch here. By the bitch. You think I don't know this stuff, Colonel? I'm the legendary mercenary. Shardy car with the 7 months. Thank you. So we can get our radar here. It's funny as well, I think, that as soon as you come down here, you know, there's no other way of entering the facility other than to follow Snake through, who shouldn't be here, apparently. But then as soon as we come down here, a scene triggers where a guy walks up and opens the door. That kind of feels like some kind of trickery to me. Like now the gates are open. But they'd never do that before we actually go through. They want us to follow Snake through. Oh, you're awake already? I didn't actually know that he'd be back here after I put him in the locker. When you put a guard in a locker in this game, they'll stay asleep forever. They'll never wake up and open the locker. But I guess if you leave and come back, they will reset. I completely forgot about that. In MGS2, the AI literally says that GW has been destroyed, but MGS4 is like, nah. Yeah, that one doesn't really bother me so much as some of the other things. You know, because at least the Ocelot talks about how they fixed the AI and all of that. The details regarding Raiden's history with Foxhound and actually working for the real Roy Campbell and all that stuff is truly bizarre. But yeah, I can see why people would dislike bringing GW back and all that, but that's, you know, that's MGS4. Taking everything from the past, recombining it.
Raiden, watch your back. That's a cipher, a type of UAV. If it spots you, it will alert enemy personnel. Exercise extreme caution. But you can use chaff to set up an interference field. That'll knock its sensors offline for a while. Try to locate some chaff. You can also destroy the engine or the camera. Some of the UAVs may be armed. Be careful.
Copy that.
Wait a second. I just intercepted new intelligence on the operation being executed by SEAL Team 10.
Intercepted?
As I said before, they need to be kept in the dark about our presence.
So we just listen in.
I'm patching it through.
This is Alpha Zero. We have the president.
Is he safe?
He is safe.
What about the package?
Tell the guys upstairs that we've secured the package. Easy money.
Good work. Your retrieval is on the way. Come on home.
Roger that. Holy!
Alpha Zero, report.
Damn it! Cover the president!
Come in, Alpha Zero.
This is Alpha Zero. We're under attack. This is crazy. Is that...
Alpha Zero, respond. All Alpha, respond.
Raiden, the president's life is in danger. Head to Strut B now.
No, actually, I'm gonna go to Strut F. I should have flipped across right there, and I would have made it. Looks really different at this time outside the shell, right at this time. Kind of foggy. Very cloudy. It's cool as well how the sun rises as Raiden reveals himself for the first time, coming up the elevator. You know, when he pops his head above the water at the very beginning of the game, it's early morning. The sun has yet to come up. The sun coming up aligns with the reveal of Raiden. They do something similar later on with Emma. Emma's death aligns with the sunset. As the sun sets, Emma dies. Slowly dies as the sun slowly sets.
Nothing here.
Oh, these drums. So good every time. So, we're taking a quick detour. We're coming to Strut F before we do anything, just so we can pick up this M9. And so we can get a certain call about this M9.
Raiden, didn't you hear what the SEAL said? The president is in trouble. Head for Strut B. Strut B is to the northwest of Strut A. First, make your way to Strut A on the double. The president's life is at stake here.
Colonel, do you think the terrorist ringleader is really Solid Snake?
Yes, I do.
But during the Shadow Moses incident, Snake was
A hero?
yeah.
Certainly. You went through VR training, but it is not as if the simulation is faithful to every fact. It changes people.
You too, Colonel?
Raiden, focus on the task at hand. Solid Snake is the terrorist kingpin. He is an opponent you can't underestimate. Understood?
But I thought he died. What's going on here, Colonel? Getting mixed signals. Stekio. I always thought Emma's death was like Meryl's, where we could get an alternate ending. Yeah, apparently that's what Snake's line is supposed to be alluding to, partly anyway, at the end of the game. You know, when he says to Raiden, I know you didn't have much in terms of choices this time, but everything you thought about is yours. That's what he is alluding to. That we don't have a choice when it comes to the ending this time. And maybe it's supposed to extend to the whole game as well, you know, that the whole thing isn't anything like we were expecting. Not that we really had any choice regarding how the game was going to be made, but that might be kind of what they're getting at there as well. Let's keep doing these calls here.
That tanker accident that happened over there 2 years ago. The tanker sank and...
I know. I went through it in VR training. The tanker didn't sink because of Snake, though.
Raiden, VR training does not exactly simulate everything with absolute fidelity.
What do you mean?
Okay, listen. Here are the facts. Known terrorist Solid Snake sank that tanker loaded with crude oil, the end result being severe environmental pollution in Manhattan Bay. Put any misperceptions of Snake as some kind of hero behind you. He is a terrorist, and that's that.
Okay, whatever you say, Colonel. So yeah, calls like this might make you wonder about the tanker that we experienced. Was it VR? What's going on? And then when Snake tells us later about the tanker incident, you know, he tells us what happened. It does line up with what we experienced. You know, you think that scene might give away something, you know? Maybe when Snake tells us the story of what happened, he might tell us something that we didn't see when we played the tanker. But no, everything lines up. Even the images he shows of the pictures that were taken of him, those are things that you did on the tanker. So, yeah. You know, he thought you might think, wait, all that shit with Liquid was kind of wacky. Maybe that was VR. You know? That was kind of unreal, wasn't it? Very unreal. But no, Snake refers to this guy that was supposed to be dead that he saw on the tanker. So it's interesting the games that they play with all that.
Raiden, didn't you hear what...
I got it.
Yeah.
Raiden, I see you found a weapon.
Why are there weapons here of all places? The big shell is supposed to be just a facility for marine filtration, right?
The terrorists probably brought it in with them.
Dunno. Looks like it's been here from before them.
What are you saying?
Raiden, there is no time for armchair theories. Concentrate on the task at hand.
Roger that.
Roger that. He never thinks about it again. So, you would think that there is actually time for armchair theories. It would seem like there is something going on here, and Raiden is right to question it. Interesting how Rose butts in there as well. Really feels like a psychological tactic, you know? Get her to come in, and because of her relationship with Raiden, he'll be more likely to forget about it if she confirms what the Colonel is saying. Really feels like that's why she's being used there anyway. Maybe she's an AI in that situation. I don't know. I do like the theory that whenever you speak to Rose on 9.6, she's real. Whenever you speak to her on 0.85, it's an AI. Who knows if that's true or not, but I like that idea. But this all ties into what Raiden was saying, or what they were saying about the ID-locked weapons at the bottom of Strut A. You know, Raiden asks why he can't pick those up. And they say, well, these are professionals we're dealing with, and I'm sure they wouldn't let their own weapons be used against them. The idea is that those weapons aren't ID locked. Raiden can use them, but that's not. If he picked those up, that wouldn't be going according to simulation. This is supposed to represent MGS1. It's OSP. the weapons are laid out for Raiden. Raiden is only allowed to pick up weapons where they've been laid out for him. Weapons that he's authorized to pick up. The Patriots have this weapon planted here specifically for Raiden to pick up. These are the only weapons he's allowed to pick up. It's another thing that feels kind of meta in a way, or kind of like highlighting the fact that we're playing a game. It's like Raiden is trying to use real life logic, you know? And like you'll often see people say things like this about games in a Twitch chat. You know, Twitch chat will try and use real life logic. Oh, why can't you just pick up the enemy's weapon? You know? And that's what Raiden is doing. He's trying to use real life logic. And the Colonel is saying, no, you have to use the MGS1 video game logic. This is a simulation. You're going to pick up weapons where we have them laid out for you. Everything has been organized. Everything has been predestined. You go here to pick up your weapons. And then they get put into your item box, just like MGS1. Yet he does pick up the M4, yes. And I think that's another thing that's supposed to imply that the Colonel was talking shit at the bottom of Strut A. However, that is a weapon that belongs to the supposed wild card as well. That's another thing to consider, though. That's Snake's weapon, right? And Snake isn't supposed to be here. So maybe you could say, well, that's Snake's weapon. He's not using an ID-locked gun. We don't know where he got that weapon from. But, you know, it seems very likely that the Colonel is lying about the ID-locked weapons. The Colonel lies about everything. Clearly, that call there is supposed to make you question what's going on with these weapons. There's probably something up with these weapons. You know, you're not supposed to be a good little boy like Raiden and say, okay, no time for armchair theories, let's move on. It's suspicious for a reason, I think.
Nothing here.
Another interesting thing regarding weapons, and that we're only allowed to pick up certain weapons, is that Snake gives us a weapon that we don't pick up. Snake, we break the rules when we meet Snake, because he gives us a weapon. He gives us our SOCOM. And maybe that's why the only weapons we pick up that aren't weapons laid out for us are weapons given to us by Snake. It happens 3 times, I guess, with the assault rifle that we shoot at Vamp, with the SOCOM that he gives us later on in the scene, and with the blade at the end of the game. We get 3 weapons from Snake. Yeah. And the Stinger. Oh my god, that is crazy. He gives you 4 weapons. I never really thought about that. There's a guy who wrote an infamous MGS2 analysis who had something really interesting to say about the weapons in this. I might try and look that up later. But yeah, I think the gist of it was that how you receive weapons in the game kind of indicates the free will of the character, you know, that how on the tanker, Snake will pick up the weapon in the cutscene from Olga, kind of highlighting that he's his own character, separate from the player. He isn't following MGS1's rules on the tanker. He's his own character. He's not following the game rules. He's picking up weapons in cutscenes. Whereas then when we switch to Raiden, he has to follow the same video game rules. And I think that's one of the things that he highlighted, that it's, you know, Snake helps Raiden become his own person, and that's symbolized by the weapons that he gives him. That he breaks him out of his MGS1 cycle. He breaks him out of the MGS1 rule set. The sword as well is interesting because it's something that's tied to Raiden's real past. You know, he used a blade when he was a child soldier. And that's something that's completely separate from the player's own experiences.
Freeze!
That's Raiden's own character. I completely forgot that we're going after dog tags here. Takeshi Sato. You know, when we're following MGS1's rules, it's Raiden abiding by the player. You know, it's Raiden existing as a player avatar. But when he gets the blade, that's Raiden becoming his own person again. Separating himself from the player slightly. Let me see if I can find this analysis by this guy. It was quite interesting how he phrased it. 1 second. It's like a very formal kind of academic analysis. It can be hard to get through, but there's some really good stuff in it. Yes, let me see here. Snake fostered the next step of Raiden's awakening. He gave Raiden a sword, Raiden's preferred weapon as a child soldier. Solidus later complimented Raiden's swordplay. I've been watching how you fight. It looks like you remembered the way you used to kill in the old days. Snake has never used swords. That way of fighting was Raiden's alone. The sword represented Raiden's break from the solid map and a return to the player-actor relationship established during the Tanker chapter. To understand what he means here regarding the solid map and the player-actor relationship, you kind of have to read the whole analysis to read how he outlines what these terms mean. But I think I was kind of giving you a gist there when I was talking about it. When Snake had brought the tranquilizer gun and later confiscated the pistol from Olga, the player had depended upon his actor's character for his in-game options. Unlike any other weapons acquired during the plant chapter, Raiden received his sword through the narrative, and he knew how to use the sword through his character. This occasion cohered with MGS2's formal pattern. The player had obtained a weapon from the narrative when Snake took Olga's pistol, whereas the player obtained a weapon from the narrative when Olga gave Raiden her sword. But yeah, it's pretty interesting stuff here. Although, I'm not sure if he's exactly right when he says this. Hold on a second here. Unlike any other weapons acquired during the plant chapter, Raiden received the sword through the narrative. I don't think that's really true, though, unless I'm misunderstanding. Because he received several other weapons through the narrative as well, unless he isn't classing those as being through the narrative. But I think it would have to be, you know, when we get the SOCOM from him in that cutscene. That is through the story, right? It's a story beat, that encounter with Snake and how he received that weapon. Either way, it's an interesting observation. I'll link the whole analysis if you're interested. It's a pretty famous old analysis of MGS2. One of the very first ones. You know, there are so many... Video game analysis has become such a big thing over the last few years. You know, everybody and their fucking granny is doing 3-hour breakdowns of Dino Crisis 2 and the cultural legacy of fucking, you know, my grandfather's pet banana. You know. But this was done. This was old school. This was before analysis, before gaming analysis was really big. One of the very first MGS2 breakdowns. Let me see here. The hermeneutics of Turok 2. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe someone's granny didn't do a breakdown of Dino Crisis 2, but you know what I mean. Yeah, there it is. It's a kind of it can be hard to get through, but if you stick with it, there's some good stuff in there. It's very formal, very academic, but there's some really interesting observations in there. He spends a lot of time breaking down terms that he'll be using throughout the whole thing. But yeah, definitely worth a read if you're interested in MGS2 and all the shit going on. Yeah, it's like a thesis, more or less. Now, where were we? We need to shoot these fucking seagulls. Hold on, let me just make sure I'm up to date with everything here. Zeevil Bringer, thank you for the 4 months. Fresh Tendrils, thank you for the 13 months and the 8 in a row. Bunya, thank you for gifting the sub to Indie Fox. Seagulls, thank you for the $1. Let us dump on you, Raiden. Open your mouth while you're at it. Shardikar, thank you for the 7 months. And I think that's everyone. You remember those live-action shorts promoting Revengeance where a young Jack is being taught about the blade by Solidus? Yeah, vaguely. I haven't seen those in a long time. Remember, Rising had a really weird advertisement as well, where it was like playing off American Psycho. You know the big monologue in American Psycho where Christian Bale is talking about his morning routine? There's a version of that where it's Raiden talking about his morning routine as he gets ready for a day of slicing people up. If you haven't seen that before, it's worth looking up. How is Raiden meant to stop the Harrier if not for Snake? Yeah, I mean, that's just the thing that you have to consider again and again in this game, because it doesn't really seem to line up with what the Colonel says. Sorry, we're really taking our time here, guys. I'm sure some people are getting very bored. We are we're playing at a very slow pace here. Okay, let's do it. This is going to be the target. Oh my god, he didn't even fall. Wait, what? I don't think that should happen. Oh, come on, man. I thought they usually fall over, but okay. Let's keep shooting this guy. Again, just to let you know what we're doing here, we recently discovered a new Easter egg, courtesy of Bad Humans in chat. He found out that if you shoot the seagulls like 20 times in a row, there's a possibility that a seagull will come and attack you. I've never seen this before, so I want to see if I can do it. Look at all those feathers. We're not getting much luck here. Bad Humans did say it was hard to trigger, and that's probably why nobody knows about it. maybe you have to be close to another seagull. Maybe we're not close enough to the other seagulls here.
Raiden, what's wrong? Raiden! Raiden!
That's a unique screen there. It's the only time in the game you can see that, I think. So another thing to talk about here, for those of you that aren't familiar with all the little things in this game, this mission failed screen is interesting. Obviously on the tanker, you get the classic game over screen, just like MGS1. You get the classic music. It looks just like the MGS1 game over screen. But then on the plant, you get this. Very strange. Not only does it not say game over, it says mission failed, but you also get all these weird numbers and letters and stuff underneath continue and exit. But they're not just random numbers and letters. Those are your stats. Those are all your various stats. Arm strength is the first one, if you look at it. It says arm strength, and then there's a space, and then GTH. Arm strength, 0. That's my grip gauge, of course. We haven't leveled up our grip gauge at all. So it's 0. Prudence is the second one. Prudence. That's your save count. 16 saves. And if you remember in MGS1, there's a line from Mantis, if you save a lot, where he'll say, you are a prudent person. Underneath that, you have ammo used. Amus, Ed. Ammo used, 265. Underneath that, you have alert number, ALRTNUM 5. Underneath that is NUET, which I think is supposed to be neutralize. Neutralizations. 20. That's 20 kills. 20 kills. Underneath that, you have damage amount, DMG amount, with 2 M's. 4, 5, 6. So however the game calculates damage. Hold on a second, guys. Underneath that, we have camera coordinates. You see camera position X, camera position Y, camera position Z. I'm not exactly sure what the deal is with the camera coordinates exactly, because, you know, there are no cameras where we are right now. So maybe it's telling us the camera coordinates of, like, the cameras below, like in the bottom of inside strut A or something. I don't know. But yeah, those are camera coordinates. Underneath that, you have area move, and that's the amount of times you've moved between areas. 135 times I've moved to an area. And underneath that, we have vanished point, and that's the area code that's given to the area that you're in currently. W12A. That's this area's code. And that will change as we go from area to area. And you can actually see those area codes written on the environment in some areas. We'll see later on. But I don't think it's written anywhere up here at the top of strut A. But in some of the other areas, you can actually see the code in the game, in the environment. I'm not sure what the other things are supposed to be on the top right or the bottom right. I'm not sure if there's even any information on what those things are. Maybe someone in chat knows. But yeah, I'm not sure what those other ones are. Obviously, this would be another thing that makes you wonder, is this all some kind of VR sim? A game released in between MGS1 and MGS2, a game that this game references a lot, and that game is VR missions. In VR missions, when you fail, it doesn't say game over. It says mission failed. VR is a big part of this game's story, Raiden's experiences, all of that. MGS1 and the tanker both say game over. VR missions and the plant both say mission failed. So it's another thing that just highlights the artificiality of everything here, where we struggle to distinguish between what's real and what's not, what's VR and what's real. Just there to make you question. And that's why you see this screen go crazy at the end of the game. There's that famous moment at the end of the game inside Arsenal Gear where it says fission mailed, and it appears on the screen even though you're not dead. That's because it's a part of GW. You know, when you insert the virus into GW, the kernel starts going crazy and starts spouting gibberish at you. And that's also why this screen goes crazy, because the kernel is a part of GW and this screen is also a part of GW. So, yeah, a lot to go into there with that screen. If you Google Onikamoto, you get results for Japan's condom brand. Okamoto. I see. I see. I wonder if there's anything else related to Onikamoto. Interesting. Your elevator death screen has W12C on the HD collection? Bad Humans? No way. Does it change depending on which side you flip from? Hold on. We have to test this.
Raiden, come in. Raiden!
W12A. That's what it was before, right? It shouldn't have anything to do with time. You know, it's an area code. W12A.
What the hell happened? Raiden!
W12A. Police Nauts is finished. Yep. Okay, we're going from every side. For science.
Jack, what's going on? Answer me! Jack? Jack!
So another thing that we learned recently, and this was another thing that just fucking blew my mind. Rose's final whimper there. That's not her crying. That's her dying. That is Rose getting cut off. And maybe that is supposed to be the bullet that gets put in her head. But in the script for the game, they mention how they confirm that that's the case. That's when Rose whimpers there. That's, you know, there's a line towards the end of the game where the Colonel says that Rose's life depends on your success. I think he uses a phrase like she's wired the same way, like she's hooked up to some sort of system where it's tied to Raiden's, you know, mission performance, or tied to GW in some way, where if GW reads, you know, gets a signal from Raiden's nanomachines that he's dead, it'll change something with how Rose is hooked up, and it'll kill her somehow. You know, who knows exactly, who knows how, you know, how they have Rose set up, but the Colonel says towards the end that, you know, if you want Rose to live, you must live. If you die, she dies. She's wired the same way. I forget what is there. What other dialogue do they use when describing that? I wish I could remember that whole piece of dialogue, how they describe it. But yeah, that is Rose's death right there, which makes that just so much more ominous now every time I hear it. And there are like 3 or 4 different variations on that dialogue where Rose will scream out for Raiden, you know, where she'll scream Jack. And after every single one, there's a pause, and then So that in itself, I think, is supposed to be the hint that it's kind of unnatural in a way. You know, like if someone is naturally screaming out for someone in a variety of different ways, why is there this constant? Why is there this thing that's happening every time? It kind of makes it feel artificial, like it's constructed. I reckon that's what's supposed to be the hint anyway. It's the same in the Japanese version as well. You know, if you go and look up the Japanese version, same thing. Long pause and then... So, you know, you can... indicating that they edited it in a very specific way, that it was very purposeful, that the actors were directed to do a certain thing, and that the audio was edited in a very specific way for both versions of the game, for each iteration of the dialogue. You know, just if you never had, let's say we didn't have confirmation from a script or anything like that, how would you come up with that theory? How would you try and prove it? That might be a way to do it, you know, look at both versions of the game. Notice that there is that strange consistency between all versions of the dialogue.
Hmm? There's somebody there.
MGS5 does a very similar thing as well that I only learned about recently. Again, through Bad Humans, something he was posting on Twitter. When you die in MGS5 in the Phantom Pain, Ocelot has dialogue where he'll like call out, he'll do the usual snake screaming, and then there'll be a long pause after he says snake, and he'll go ugh, like that. He'll make this weird kind of grunt. There'll be a long pause and he'll go ugh, and that's supposed to be him snapping out of his self-hypnosis, that Venom Snake has died and now it's all coming back to him that that's not the real big boss, and he's snapping out of the delusion, the self-imposed delusion. And I think that's supposed to be a conscious callback to MGS2 because it's so similar. So similar. Character calls out for the protagonist in the typical tropey way, you know, snake, snake. Then there's a long pause, and in MGS2, in MGS5, ugh.
Who is that?
Yeah, there's another detail as well in 5, apparently, for when you shoot, if you're, like, attacking your own men or you shoot your own chopper. Ocelot has dialogue where... I forget what his dialogue is. But he gets angry at you for shooting your own men, and his real feelings about who you are bubble to the surface. It's another thing that's written in the script. Come on, that's a huge stretch. What's a huge stretch? We're talking about shit that's in the script for the game. So there's no doubting this theory. This comes from the writers themselves in the scripts for the games.
Who is that?
I'm curious to why you would think it would be a stretch, though. You know, even if we didn't have confirmation from the writers. Those details are there, you know, and they do stand out. They're just subtle, you know. You won't notice them easily. But the recurring patterns are there, and they're kind of hard to deny once you see them. This analysis has a theory on the nerd line in Section 9. Really? Or driving off the map, James Howell's analysis? It's been so long since I read through the whole thing. I always find it tough to read through the whole thing just because of the very formal nature of it. But yeah, there's some good stuff in there. There's some stuff that I didn't really agree with, but there's a lot of interesting observations in there as well. The solid map section. Okay, I'm gonna hang off this side.
No, this isn't happening. Jack, you have to answer me. Jack! Jack!
W12A again. Bad Humans, you got this code on this version of the game, did you? Was it the HD collection? MGS2 used the medium's particular qualities to manipulate both the player and the actor when they stitch their identities together. At the start of the planned chapter, Raiden's commanding officer, CO, told him to access a digital node, to which Raiden responded, "Did you say nerd?" When Raiden accessed the node, the player had input his own name that later appeared on Raiden's dog tags. MGS2... Hold on. I think I know where he's going with this. MGS2 bound Raiden to the player and nerd. When Raiden accessed the node and it bound the player to the actor. Right. I mean, maybe. I do like that idea. That's pretty funny. You have to take it pretty far, you know. You could definitely look at that as being like you're really trying to grasp at it, but I mean, maybe, you know. At the same time, I wouldn't put it past them to do something like that. I mean, bringing up an idea of a nerd, of a hypothetical nerd, would make sense, you know, with Raiden representing the player. I mean, who knows? Let's see. Right, I want to try this Seagull thing again. Fuck's sake. Something tells me it's not going to work if I shoot a Seagull that's up on a rail like that. And I reckon I have to be surrounded by other Seagulls. I don't know. Let's try it again. Bad Humans, do you have any tips when it comes to this Easter egg? Ha! You little shit. Okay. This guy is going to be our target. Alright, we're going to go for like 20 quick shots on him. How long did it take for you to get this, Bad Humans? How long did it take? You did find better luck by strut L. How many attempts did it take to pull it off? Sometimes immediately, sometimes 5 minutes. Fuck's sake. Okay, we'll try it. We'll try it 1 or 2 more times here. Then we'll continue, and then we'll try it later. We can mix it up.
Is everything all right? Raiden!
We can try it a few different times over the course of the playthrough. I had a bird do a 3-hit combo on me. Oh my god. Amazing. Forgot about this guy again.
Freeze!
Hold on, let me just scroll up here. I asked if anyone could remember the actual dialogue from the end of the game where the Colonel is talking about Rose being wired the same way. Did anyone actually say anything about that? Not to mention the death of Rose. She's wired the same way. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just nano implications. You know, they usually use the term wired when with relation to nanomachines. At first he mentions Olga and that the survival of her child depends on our success. And then not to mention the death of Rose. She's wired the same way. And I guess that's what ties into her death there on the mission fail screen. You know, however she's wired to her nanomachines. Her nanomachines can kill her somehow. It doesn't really need to be... You know, you don't really need an in-depth explanation. The Patriots have her under their control. They have her set up to be eliminated if Raiden fails. But there is something dark about following that up with a gunshot when you press continue. Now that you know that, you know, now that you know that final whimper is supposed to be her last gasp, you know, her taking her last breath, following that up with a gunshot, kind of dark. Can you flip this guy over the elevator shaft? I don't think so. We could try that next time, but I don't think so. Look at this little bastard. Bad humans, did you always stand close to the Seagull? Should I always stand close to the Seagull, I wonder? I'm wondering if I should come out of first-person view every now and then. Distance made no difference. You know, like I'm shooting here in first person. I'm wondering, do I need to be in third person for it to happen? Did it ever happen to you while you were in first person, bad humans? I stood where you are and I stood on those elevated crates. Got pecked both places. Okay. Got pecked. Okay. What about first person, bad humans? You were attacked in both persons. Okay. Will it pull you out of first person if you get hit? We did it! Oh, the double! Okay. There's something I want to do. I forgot my setup for this.
Raiden!
I need a death screen where we get killed by seagulls. We have to do this with 1 HP. We need a death by seagull in this game. I do have a bandage. Okay.
It's the enemy. I need help. Over there.
Fuck! Okay, okay, okay,
No.
okay. I'm gonna exit
Jack,
from the
please
other
answer
side.
me. Jack!
I'm gonna exit from the other side. I need a very specific setup for this. Oh, are we getting a unique call?
Jack, are you okay?
Rosemary,
Jack, tell me you're okay.
I'm all right. It was a close one, though.
Oh, good. I didn't think it would be this tough.
Hey.
It's the helplessness of it, you know? Just watching with no power to help you. It's like having a ringside seat at a boxing match, but much worse because it's someone I love and the stakes are...
Rosemary, maybe this was a miscalculation on my part. Selecting her wasn't the wisest choice.
No. I apologize for the outburst. I'm all right. I will see this through with you.
Rose?
We fight together, okay? You have nowhere to run, neither do I.
Rosemary, you're not obligated to continue. You know that.
I'm all right, sir.
Raiden, how about you?
I'm good.
Then the mission goes on. But Rosemary, there's one thing you need to understand.
Sir?
His name is Raiden. Got it?
Yes, sir. I understand.
Wow. I don't think I've heard that before. I don't think I've heard that before. If I have, it was years ago. Amazing. I wonder if you can only do that in the early game. I wonder if you can only get that if you fail, if you die repeatedly early on. Or if you, like, just keep dying in quick succession. You keep dying repeatedly, you know? Again and again in a short amount of time. That's crazy. That line was interesting, how he said, you know, but one thing, call him Raiden. Because he never says that to her again in the game, you know? He tells her at the start of the game, then she just ignores it for the entirety of the game. Interesting that he brought it back up there again. Maybe repeated deaths in the same room? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Cool. Another new discovery. Wow. Right as we were trying to get a new Easter egg. So cool. There was something else I was going to say there. Yeah, you probably can't get it in a boss fight. I wonder if you can only get it in the early game. That's why the theory about the save frequency Rose is the real Rose theory, because she keeps calling him Jack there. I mean, I think she calls him Jack on 8.5 as well. But it's just that the calls on 8.5 are obviously less personal, you know? She'll usually butt in on point 8.5 to give you mission information. Information about the mission to encourage you to do something to back up the colonel when he's giving orders. And then 9.6 is dedicated to, you know, to Raiden's real history.
Is there...
I want to lose a little bit more health. But I'm not sure if it's possible. I actually quite liked Rose's performance there, you know, when she was talking about how worried she was. Oftentimes the those sorts of scenes in this game don't work. You know, they feel too artificial, and not in a good way, you know? They just don't feel real enough. The voice acting and the dialogue is often just too melodramatic, or you know, It just doesn't land a lot of the time. It's one of the weaker parts of this game, I think. But that was actually a pretty good one. There are a few calls that I do like, you know, where I think it really does work. But oftentimes the big emotional scenes between Jack and Rose, they're just too heightened, and the dialogue is just too unnatural. Snake in a cake with the 8 months. Thank you very much. Okay, we got a kick.
It's the enemy. I need help. It's the enemy.
Now we're prepared. Now we're prepared to die. And we have a bandage, which will keep us like this, without all that noise. Alright, let's get murdered by some seagulls, shall we? I thought that was intentional. What, Raiden and Rose, the artificial nature of the relationship. Well, like that is obviously a thing that they're going for. But I think the big emotional scenes between them are supposed to feel real. You know, I think there's supposed to be real emotion there. Like when you get inside Arsenal Gear and Raiden is telling her about his past as a child soldier and all that. I don't know, for me, especially, I think in the Japanese version it works better, but in English, I just don't think there's enough chemistry between the two actors. Who knows if they were even in the same room recording that dialogue. But, you know, when Rose starts crying and everything, it just doesn't work. It doesn't feel real. And I think it is supposed to feel real, whether it is real or not. I feel similarly about Fortune's dialogue, you know, when she's crying about her father. It's just not good voice acting. In Japanese, it sounds way better. Fortune's, you know, it's supposed to be melodramatic, and she's supposed to be hamming it up like the tragic heroine, thanks to the script that the Patriots wrote for you. Pure self-indulgence. You couldn't get enough of the drama. You know, it's supposed to be heightened. It's supposed to be melodramatic. But to me, it's still just not acted well. It's hard to get that right, you know, because it's supposed to be artificial, but at the same time, it's still supposed to feel real. And if you listen to that, if you watch that scene in Japanese, that scene with Fortune, I think it's way better. It still has that melodramatic quality, but the crying just, it doesn't feel as cringeworthy, you know. She has her saxophone. Yeah. We'll be talking about that later. Oh, he landed on top of the building. FF10, I think, had some pretty dodgy voice acting as well. It had some good voice acting, but it was inconsistent. Yuna, I think, could be very hit or miss. Some of Yuna's monologues. But there was some good stuff as well. Yeah, I really like FF10. Orin was very good, yeah. I think I like most of the voice acting in MGS2. I think the Colonel is great. I think Solidus is great. I think Raiden works better in Japanese. but I've grown to like Quentin Flynn, even if he is a bit all over the place in this and maybe goes a bit overboard at times. And I won't let you be just a dream. If we don't hurry, it'll be the last we see. But, you know, I still think he captures the character well, even if it does differ from the Japanese version. You know, that super, you know, on edge vibe does work for the character. Fits with how naive he's supposed to be and how much of a quote-unquote rookie he is. Come at me. Feathers everywhere. Okay, we're gonna have to try again.
Raiden, is everything all right? Raiden!
I love how shooting a bird within the first 15 minutes of the game is 2021 MGS2 gameplay. This is what it's all led up to. Hmm? Oh, you little shit. Right.
There's somebody there.
Okay. I forgot about that guy.
Oh God, no! Jack!
Like, I'm not sure if I'm just imagining it, but now that I know that that's a thing, I'm hearing the fear more, you know? But that's probably just in my head, you know? Bad humans, did you find any official information on this Easter egg? What did the official information say? Did it tell you how many shots that you needed? He's coming for me. No, he's not. He's taunting there. Come on, man. Are you not going to come and help your friend? Come on! Cowards! What do you got? What do you got? Nothing. I thought he was coming for me. He just flew off. I read about the Zoe box Oh, that's another thing related to the Easter egg. This is insane. Apparently, if you wear the Zone of the Enders cardboard box, it will defend you from the pecs. They won't come after you if you're wearing the box, because seagulls are afraid of eyes. Yeah, I remember you posting about it now, Bad Humans. I completely forgot about that other thing. Post the link if you have it, Bad Humans, just for people in chat as well. You gotta position yourself under a flock of seagulls. I think if seagulls aren't directly above you, it won't work. Or cause you're low health, it won't hit you. You are just talking completely out of your ass. But, no, we can still get hit.
Raiden!
Now, I know you're just trying to theorize about how it might possibly work, but... no, it's... We have confirmed that it works in a variety of different ways. It doesn't have to be as precise as you're thinking. I'm not sure what kind of logic you're using with regards to my health, though. Why do you think it wouldn't work if I'm low on health? It's very hard to trigger, regardless of how you do it. Maybe we can find out if there's a way of consistently doing it, but... this is new territory. I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe it won't work when I only have 1 HP. I'm just not sure how anyone would come to that conclusion, especially when we've only tested it, like, twice. You know? Bad Humans has done a lot of testing. He said he got it in first-person view, third-person view, standing close, standing far away, up on the crates. So you can do it in a variety of ways. Oh, Jesus! That scared the shit out of me.
Jack, what's going on? Answer me! Jack? Jack!
Okay, I want to see it in third person, though. I want to see... Well, I mean, I guess the screen, it still shows us the screen there. Is the bird anywhere? Can we see the bird on the mission fail screen? Is the culprit there? Is the criminal on the screen? Dave, you just missed it. We just got murdered by a seagull. We're discovering 2 new Easter eggs today, actually. Well, maybe you wouldn't call one of them an Easter egg, but... if you repeatedly shoot a seagull, Dave, you can get attacked by the seagulls. And we have it set up so if a seagull attacks us, we'll be killed. We have 1 HP. Okay, let's try this again. I think we can move on now. I just want to see it in third person, if I can. I'm gonna try and do it. I'll try it 2 more times to get it in third person. Come at me. Come at me, cowards. This will absolutely be a part of marathons in the future, yeah. We won't be spending all day doing it like we are now. You know, we'll try and do it as fast as possible just to show it and then move on. No luck this time.
No, this isn't happening. Jack, you have to answer me. Jack! Jack!
1 hour of my life that will never come back. Can someone please kill me? How could you say such a thing? This is... These are new discoveries right here. Games don't get more exciting than this. Okay, one more time. One more time. New MGS2 discoveries. "20 years later. Come at me! Okay, I promise this is the last attempt, and we'll continue. Look at that little shit flying around, just ignoring what's happening to his poor friend here. Who's gonna step up? Who's gonna step up? Come at me! They're flying around, but nobody's doing a thing. Ah! I want Dave to see it. Dave wasn't here. He didn't see it. It usually happens early, you know, when I'm down to my last 10 shots or so, even the last 15 or 20. It usually never happens towards the end. Okay, I lied. We're doing it one more time.
Raiden, what's wrong? Raiden! Raiden!
The official description. If you attack the seagulls 20 times, seagulls flying nearby the player will attack the player. Okay. Okay. Go. This is it. This is it. Come at me. It's not happening. Okay, I'm gonna be strategic next time, and I'm gonna stand in the middle of the whole place. I'm gonna stand back here, so I'm surrounded by all of them, and shoot from here. And then maybe there'll be a higher chance, because you know, they'll be surrounding me from all angles. Look at these cowards. Okay. I promise this next one is the last one.
Raiden, come in. Raiden! Raiden!
Maybe this isn't the last one. But I want to try it from this range. Look at how they're all gathering around. They like it. They want to watch. Come at me. No, if it doesn't happen now, I don't think it's gonna happen. Okay, I promise one more after this. Oh, that was a bit scary there for a second. You hear that, boy? Flapping around. Probably not going to happen on third person. Might be wrong. Where is this coming from, Mint? I love you, Mint. But where are you getting this from? What part of your ass are you pulling this information from? What do you know about this Easter egg? What does anyone know who's coming in here with their grand theories about how I should do this? Oh no, probably won't work if you're in third person. Have you tried this? Where's this logic coming from? We've already established that it works in third person. We've already been here for 5 hours doing this. No, we haven't been here for 5 hours. But we've already succeeded with this many times. We've established that it works in first person, in third person, at close range, at long range, shooting seagulls up on top of this crate. It doesn't have to be that precise. Also, Mint, how's it going? It's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a long time. I'm sorry I had to come at you with that, but that was the first comment I saw of yours in chat, and I had to respond. Oh, cool how you can see the elevator there.
No, this isn't happening. Jack, you have to answer me. Jack! Jack!
Was that the first thing Mint said as well? He comes back after like a month just to backseat. God damn it, Mint. Hold on 1 second, guys. Dr. Emmerich, thank you for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. Odin with the 47 months as well. Thank you. Shadow Cloud, thank you for the 6. Chill Penguin, thank you for the 8. Raiden Ass with the $1. Try being closer in first person to the bird. Bird is the word. Thank you, Raiden Ass, for the $1. Sorry, just if someone comes in with their advice about how this should be done, like, oh, it probably won't work if you do this. Like, where the fuck are you getting that from? Why probably this? Okay, we're doing it again. This time we're going to get very close. Here we go. Kill me! Come on! Oh, Jesus. No, it's not gonna happen now if we get to this point. Damn, as soon as Dave arrives, Dave, you're the bad omen here. You know, we were getting it in patterns of 2 earlier. You know, we wouldn't get it 2 times in a row, but then we'd get it. Okay, right. I promise this is the last time. I promise this is the last time.
No. No! Jack, please answer me! Jack!
I swear this is the last time, then we'll move on. We'll definitely do it at Strut L later, and we might even come back here to do it later. But for now, this is the last time, I promise. No pauses. We're just going straight to 20 shots. Couple more for good measure. Come on! Oh, what the hell's going on, man? Ah, I give up. I'm trying to get killed by a seagull here. If you shoot a seagull 20 times, there's a chance that it will attack you. Sometimes if a few of them will come at you. Like the first time we made it happen, we got double teamed. Okay, I give up for now. We already saw it. We saw it twice or 3 times.
Right, come in. Right. Right.
I just wanted to show Dave, and I wanted to try and get it in third person as well, because I think it'd be funnier in third person. You know, because you don't really get to see it properly in first person. Yeah, maybe I should have mixed up the seagulls. Maybe I should have shot a different seagull there. I think I was shooting the same one towards the end. But yeah, we can always try it again later.
Raiden, watch out. There are sentries posted on the connecting bridge. They will spot you if you continue on course.
Any recommendations?
Use the hanging mode.
Hanging?
Face any waist-high railing and push
Hanging?
the action button to clear the railing and hang over the side. Once there, you can move sideways while keeping out of enemy sight.
All right, I'm giving it a try.
Don't forget the grip gauge. It will keep decreasing during a hanging maneuver, and once it runs out, you will fall.
How? Let's see how... Yeah, it's going to deplete rapidly now because of our health. Yeah, I don't know why I did that.
No, this isn't happening. Jack, you have to answer me. Jack! Jack!
I knew he was going to turn. I don't know why I thought I was going to get away with that. Alright, you little shit. No more fun and games. Fuck you.
Who is that?
Oh!
It's the enemy. I need help.
It didn't trigger an alert. We got in just before. Not that we would get an alert in here anyway. Why did I get caught by him? I guess it's a slightly different setup after a checkpoint. Usually when you... Right after that last scene, if you run and flip through that guy, you shouldn't get caught by the other guard. But I think it's a slightly different setup after a checkpoint. Kind of caught me off guard. The sound effects, man.
All Alpha, come in. What's going on? Alpha, respond.
Are you?
Five today. Or rather, 6.
Get down! Where is he?
Strange smell.
Shoot him! What are you waiting for?
Vamp,
Yeah, Queen?
are you all done cleaning up?
Yes, but wait till I tell you what I found.
Something interesting?
I'll tell you in person. Where are you?
In the central unit with the president.
Be right there.
Hold on. I'm not an enemy. Calm down. My name is Pliskin. Iroquois Pliskin. Lieutenant Junior Grade.
Are you a Navy SEAL? How did you get in?
Fast rope descent from a Navy chopper.
Have I seen you before?
That suit. Are you Foxhound?
That's right.
Foxhound was disbanded. Huh? Where were you before Foxhound? Delta Force?
I was part of the Army's Force 21 trials.
Force 21? That's about tactical IT deployment, right? Any field experience?
No, not really.
So this is your first.
I've had extensive training, the kind that's indistinguishable from the real thing.
Like what?
Sneaking mission 60, weapons 80, advanced,
VR, huh?
but realistic in every way.
A virtual grunt of the digital age, that's just great.
That's far more effective than live exercises.
You don't get injured in VR, do you? Every year, a few soldiers die in field exercises.
There's pain sensation in VR and even a sense of reality and urgency. The only difference is it isn't actually happening.
That's the way they want you to think, to remove you from the fear that goes with battle situations. War is a video game. What better way to raise the ultimate soldier?
So you're saying that VR training is some kind of mind control?
Raiden, what's going on?
The Alpha team from Navy SEAL 10 is dead. No, a single survivor.
The kid's wired with nanomachines. What about the president?
Looks like they took him somewhere else.
I see. You said there was a survivor from SEAL Team 10.
Yeah, Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin.
Has he seen your face?
What?
This is a top secret mission. No one can know that we're involved.
It's a little too late for that. What's up?
Take a look.
What the hell?
A Navy captain.
You all right?
Give me a few minutes. Must have lost a few more pints than I thought.
What was that man just now?
That blood-sucking freak? That was Vamp. He's Romanian, a wizard with knives, as you saw.
The way he moved didn't seem human.
You won't see that in VR, I guarantee.
What is he?
One of the members of Dead Cell.
Dead Cell? Him?
A special forces unit created by ex-President George Sears. The name was originally intended to reflect its anti-terrorist functions. The unit would launch unannounced assaults on government complexes for the ultimate terrorism simulation. They were needed to show VR troopers like you how to deal with the real thing. But around the time their original leader died in prison, the unit began to unravel.
They were always close to the edge, but they became more and more extreme, began to go after US allies, even civilians. We estimate that no fewer than 100 people died as a result of accidents the Dead Cell arranged on their own. They were out of control, and it all came to a head 6 months ago.
What happened?
The unit was devastated. There are only 3 left now, and you just saw one of them.
Why would they go after the big shell?
How should I know? I told you they were on the lunatic fringe.
What about their leader? He says he's Solid Snake.
Snake died 2 years ago.
You mean the incident that made this big shell necessary in the first place?
Right, and he was the one that sank that tanker.
But he's a legend.
Legends are usually bad news. There's not a lot of difference between heroes and madmen.
You're saying Snake is still alive and pulled another one?
No, he's not involved in this one. His body was positively ID'd 2 years ago.
Snake is dead.
And buried.
What about the other soldiers? I saw Russian equipment too.
Former Soviet military. They're probably mercenaries. The big shell is too much ground for just Dead Cell members to hold down. You weren't briefed on any of this? And you came in alone to boot? Why? What are you really doing here? Can't tell me, huh? Fine with me.
I don't smoke.
Keep it anyway. May come in handy. Take this too.
Here, take this.
Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Bravo Zero, currently at the bridge between struts B and C. The President is... Damn, I can't hit this thing. It's like some bad dream. Alpha, anyone, come in, all Alpha. This is Bravo Zero.
Aren't you going to answer him?
The BC connecting bridge.
We need to get there. Can you handle it?
I need a few more minutes. Remember my frequency. It's 141.80.
141.80. Got it.
I've been briefed on this plant's layout. If you need information on the place or about Dead Cell, contact me. You're using nano communication, right?
Yeah, but I can patch into your frequency.
Hey, what's your name?
Raiden.
Raiden? Strange code name.
Makes up for the boring one my parents gave me.
Maybe I'll find out someday.
Okay. Let me see here. Is that the SOCOM Snake acquired on Shadow Moses? Possibly. Yeah, I mean, we don't know for sure. I don't think, maybe the SOCOM call? We should be able to get a call about the SOCOM with Pliskin later. I can't remember if it implies that it's the same SOCOM. But, I guess it could be. I never really thought that much about it. Like, obviously, I recognize that that's the weapon we used in MGS1. But, yeah, I don't see why it couldn't be. When I first played this game, did I pick up on it being a recreation of the events of Shadow Moses? Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I didn't pick up on all the details. Barely any of the details, but like all the major details I recognized. You know, swimming into the mission, the elevator, the dock, the ninja, obviously. You know, there are big ones that stand out. And there are probably other ones that I picked up on, but, you know, unconsciously or subconsciously, things that I didn't really think about, but things that I didn't recognize, but things that my brain probably did recognize. Yeah, there's a lot going on in that scene. We'll come back out to the hallway here.
Jack, it's me.
Everything okay, Rose?
Don't you need to save the mission data?
Oh yeah, thanks for the reminder.
Jack, do you remember what day tomorrow is?
That again. I'm sorry, but I still don't have a clue.
That's okay.
What is it, Rose? Talk to me.
I'd rather you figure it out. It's important.
How important?
Important enough, and we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Why not now?
Tomorrow seems more appropriate. I need all the help I can get so that I won't chicken out anyway.
Is that the reason you decided to be part of this mission? Okay, I'm gonna finish this thing by tomorrow no matter what.
You know I'll do everything I can to help you.
Rose, there's something I need you to do as an analyst.
What is it?
It has to do with Solid Snake. The leader of this takeover incident is claiming that he's Snake himself.
The legendary mercenary?
I need as much data on him as possible. Everything they have on him after the Shadow Moses incident.
He's dead now, isn't he?
Yes. Should be a burial record somewhere, too. You should be able to request top-level security clearance from the Colonel. That should get us into the most classified material.
I'm on it. I'll contact you as soon as I find out something.
Okay. So there's a lot going on in that scene when it comes to, you know, there's a lot of little details, parallels to MGS1, things like that. The first one is pretty obvious, you know, with Grey Fox and the hallway, the bloody hallway. And then we meet a character who doesn't use a sword like Grey Fox, but does use some kind of blade, slicing up a load of guards. Very similar to Fox in the hallway. Except meeting Fox in the hallway happens much later in MGS1. This is early on into the plant. One of the first things that we see in the plant. One thing that I think maybe this wasn't the intention, but I think it probably was. When Vamp jumps and lands behind us, and there's that scene where he slowly puts his hand up to Raiden's face, and then Snake comes through the door, starts firing like crazy, and then it cuts to a shot of Raiden's face, and Vamp is no longer behind him, but there is a scratch left on Raiden's face. I think that's a callback to Sniper Wolf leaving a scratch on Snake's face in MGS1. It's the same side of the face, and the way the scratch is angled is almost identical. In MGS1, Sniper Wolf leaves a scratch to sort of mark her territory, you know? You're mine, we'll meet again later. And I think the same thing happens here with Vamp. He puts his hand up to his face, Snake comes through, and then he's gone, but he leaves that scratch. And then, of course, the two characters meet and have a fight later on. I think maybe there's a chance that that isn't the intent, but I don't know, it probably is. I think it probably is. Considering all of the other subtle callbacks and parallels, I reckon that is the intent. You know, because little details like that do get referenced. It's not just the big, you know, fox die recreation in the form of a virus, in the form of a digital virus. The ninja, all that stuff. You know, there are lots of little things as well. So I think the scratch probably is intentional and probably is one of those little things. Obviously, Dead Cell as a whole are supposed to be the Foxhound stand-ins as well. That's how Ocelot describes them as well at the end of the game. You're the most impressive collection of freaks outside of Foxhound is how he describes them. And even the way they're introduced is it's very reminiscent of the briefings in MGS1. Where we see that Shinkawa artwork of them all lined up, kind of silhouetted, all wearing those long jackets or trench coats. It's very similar to the artwork we get of Foxhound in MGS1. Someone asked a question there as well. Why didn't we get any... If this is supposed to resemble MGS1, why don't we get a briefing like we did in MGS1? Well, the briefing was optional in MGS1. Not all the players saw it. But why didn't Raiden get briefed? I don't know. I mean, I guess because it would be less impactful as a twist, first of all. You know? If after the tanker we had to sit through a long briefing, it would kind of take away from what they were trying to do with the introduction of Raiden. You know, it was supposed to be this big twist. We didn't know that Raiden was going to be the playable character. We didn't know Raiden was going to be the main character of this game before the game came out. The trailers were misleading. So, you know, it was supposed to feel like a big twist, like everything was getting turned on its head. And if the game had a big, slow briefing, you know, you wouldn't really be able to do it properly. And I think it also adds to the twists later on in the game, that when we find out that Raiden never even met the real Roy Campbell. And things like that. When we find out about the Colonel being an AI and everything, it just makes sense that we were never briefed officially, that we never met these people, that we never met the Colonel, that we were never in a room with the Colonel being briefed. There are other strange details, like Raiden not only finding out that he has artificial blood when you call him at the start of the mission. You know, like, what did you do with my own blood? You know, it kind of creates this mystery regarding Raiden and what happened before the mission started. So, yeah. I am still collecting dog tags, but I'm forgetting about it. We will collect the dog tags, though, don't worry. I don't think we've missed out on any. We can go back, but we can also get those guards' dog tags later on as well. I don't think we're in any rush to do those early. VR missions don't have briefings, do they? I guess they don't. Yeah, I guess most of the others do have some kind of briefing. MGS1, MGS3 has that flashback briefing after you do the Halo jump. MGS4 has a lot of briefings. MGS5 doesn't really have a briefing. I mean, I guess you get briefings before each mission, kind of, but yeah, it's kind of a different setup. Same with Peace Walker. Peace Walker doesn't really have those traditional briefings either, but very different structure to those games in general. Let's see. Shakedown. I liked the game. Yeah, I liked Death Stranding. I had issues with it, and I'm intrigued to see what the director's cut adds and changes. I hope it'll make BT counters a bit more interesting, and combat encounters more interesting in general. And I'm intrigued to play the very hard mode that was added, that PC players already got to play. But yeah, I liked it. I thought it was a pretty chill game. It was a kind of therapeutic game. I enjoyed hiking through those landscapes. It was a fun game to stream as well. I had a lot of fun just chilling, streaming that game. If we call Snake here, he gave us his frequency, 141.80, which is Master Miller's frequency in MGS1. And Master Miller was Liquid. Pliskin is Snake. Both characters serve as a kind of mentor figure as well. Except in MGS1, you know, he's pretending to be a mentor figure. In MGS2, Snake turns out to be a genuine mentor figure for Raiden. But yeah, there's some parallels there with how they use 141.80. It's interesting how they use this frequency throughout the whole series, really. In MGS3, the boss has it, and she's the mentor in MGS3. She's also a character who changes sides as well. In MGS4, Raiden has it during Act 2 when he's acting the mentor to Snake, when he's teaching him how to scout Naomi, you know, how to when he's teaching her how to track Naomi and to look at the footprints and whatnot. There's kind of a role reversal in MGS4. Interesting how they use this frequency. Let's call Snake, see what he has to say.
He's asleep? How much longer is this guy gonna sleep? Wish I were that relaxed. He's still sleeping.
Liquid!
Huh?
That's the last one. You can hear him vaguely dreaming of Meryl there. Meryl. I don't think it comes up in the subtitles, though, does it? I don't think you see Meryl in the subtitles, but you can hear him say it if you're listening carefully. It's pretty easy to hear. Whose body is the one Snake just mentioned was identified as a corpse? That has to be Liquid's. Yeah. Yeah. Another detail related to the clones, you know, when Vamp pushes Snake up against the wall and he says, "You smell like s," but you don't see the end of the word. He's gonna say, "You smell like Solidus," because Vamp clearly has some kind of superhuman sense of smell, and he can tell that he works with Solidus, and Solidus and Snake are both cloned from Big Boss. So I guess they have the same scent. If you're someone like Vamp with that superhuman sense of smell, he can tell that there's something up with this guy. He smells like his boss. Another thing as well regarding this whole part of the story, we always bring this up. In the Japanese version of MGS2, Solid Snake and Solidus Snake are voiced by the same person, which makes this part of the story just work so much better, because it can create genuine confusion. You know, most players see Pliskin in the English version, they're sure that this guy is Snake, right? You know, of course he's Snake. Yeah, right, Pliskin, my ass. It's clearly Snake. But then, later on, you get a cutscene with Olga where she's talking to Solidus over the radio. You can't see Solidus, but you can hear him. And in Japanese, you'll be hearing Snake's voice. You won't be hearing another voice actor. You'll be hearing the same voice actor. And they do that a couple of times with Solidus. You hear Solidus's voice several times before you see him. And in Japanese, you're hearing that same voice that Pliskin has. So there might be a bit more confusion there for Japanese players. Whereas we hear Solidus's voice and we know it's a completely different character. So yeah. They definitely get to experience it a bit differently in Japanese. We kind of, it gets a bit lost in English, what they were trying to do there. Voiced and mocapped by the same people, Bad Humans. Right, right. I mean, I feel like most big fans of MGS1 will probably figure it out, right? Because when you get the Meryl ending in MGS1, you find out about Solidus. You learn that there's a third clone at the end of MGS1. So you'll probably come to the conclusion, if you're a big fan who's played through MGS1 a few times, you'll probably come to the conclusion that Olga is actually talking to Solidus. I think a couple of the MGS2 trailers might have even mentioned Solidus as well. I think one of them did. But who knows? Maybe you might think this is Solidus. Either way, there's a bit more confusion there in Japanese, which definitely adds to that whole mystery regarding Solid Snake being the terrorist kingpin and the multiple snakes. This is hilarious. Listen to how the tone goes up an octave each time. And again.
What are you thinking?
Oh, my health. Okay, we'll try it again.
Raiden, what's wrong? Raiden!
Yeah, I forgot about my health. 32 kills there we have, apparently. Can I survive one hit with my health like this? Hey, what's up, Wexford? Don't kill me!
Damn, kid.
And the last one. There it is. Beautiful. So melodic.
What are you thinking?
Good to see you, Wexford. We can keep this going.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Yeah.
Hey, Mrs. Beef as well. How's it going, Mrs. Beef?
What are you thinking?
That's not it.
Raiden, I'm on your side.
Why don't you do it?
Yeah, now he's pissed. Now he won't stop shooting.
Raiden, I'm on your side.
That's right.
So normally here he'll go back to sleep if you leave him alone, but if you keep shooting at him, no. I love that. I can't get him from here, can I? No. I think I might be able to put him to sleep. Ooh, I didn't think you could get away with this. I don't think you always can get away with this. Usually he's really quick to shoot you here if you do this. Oh! Okay. Interesting. Let me try it again. Let me go right to the edge and see if I can get away with it. Ah! See, look. I don't know how I got away with it that first time. See, now he won't let me. Oh my god, look at all the fucking casings on the ground. Oh? Okay, I'm gonna try and put him asleep. There you go. There you go. That infinite ammo. I guess we'll log into the node. Why not? Does Snake reload here? You know, I don't think he does. I don't think he does. I'm not sure if Snake ever reloads. Like, he definitely doesn't at the end of the game. With his infinite ammo. Although I guess he could still reload with his infinite ammo, but I don't think he does. Do you ever see him reload at the end? I'm not sure if you do.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 has engaged someone on the BC connecting bridge. The President is most likely there as well. The BC connecting bridge is on the north side of Strut B. The President is in danger. Go now. Raiden, what reason could you have to shoot someone while they are sleeping?
I can't believe you. And he was on our side, right?
I strongly disapprove. Hurry up and return to your duties.
What? This is the only time they approve of Snake in any way, shape, or form. I think this one call. He was on our side. The Colonel getting really angry when we shoot him, but he's not a part of the simulation. You know, and if Snake isn't a part of the simulation, shouldn't that be our first mission? To get rid of him so the simulation can get back on track? If Snake is here and he's not a part of the simulation, is he not just going to fuck up the whole thing? Is their simulation not ruined because he's here as soon as the simulation begins? You know, the simulation is fucked before it even starts. He's inside the big shell before we are. And he just continues to interfere with things repeatedly. He's involved in every fucking part of our mission. Maybe not every part, but, you know, he shows up a lot. Helps us with the whole bomb disposal situation. How is the bomb disposal situation going to go down originally? You know? But it's still, at the end of the game, the Patriots still say it was a resounding success, the S3 plan. Let's take a look at this guy, the Navy captain.
The Navy captain and the President. Unbelievable. Raiden, get to the President. Head for the BC connecting bridge.
Hold on, someone said something interesting here. Wouldn't the simulation be better because the original incident had Gray Fox as a wild card? This is another thing. What if Snake not being a part of the simulation is a part of the simulation? That's what his role is. It's to mirror Gray Fox not being an official part of MGS1's mission. Gray Fox was the wild card in MGS1, the other intruder that came in that nobody knew about. There was no, there were no plans to have him be a part of the mission. So maybe the Colonel saying Snake isn't a part of the simulation is supposed to resemble Gray Fox not being a part of MGS1's mission. That's an idea that I quite like. That he is a part of the simulation. We're just told that he isn't a part of the simulation because that resembles the MGS1 simulation. Because that resembles the Shadow Moses incident. And that is the first thing Snake does. When we see Snake for the first time, it's him taking out 3 guards at the bottom of Strut A, which resembles what Gray Fox did in MGS1. He takes out 3 guys. He's the other intruder besides us. And then he continues to fill other roles, like the 141.80. He's the Master Miller stand-in. But, yeah, it's interesting to think about all these things. There's the Escape from New York references as well. You know, Pliskin. Snake, heavily modeled on Snake Plissken from Escape from New York. But the Navy captain here, I think, is also a reference to Escape from New York. Although it's the president that we see with the handcuff in Escape from New York. You know, handcuffed to the nuclear briefcase, the football, whatever you want to call it. Another thing that I was reading about recently, which I brought up in the last couple of playthroughs as well, is the origins of Dead Cell. I won't go too deep into this, but it's something just to look up if you're interested. Dead Cell are based off Red Cell, which was a real organization that existed within the US military. It was, and just like Dead Cell, they were designed to demonstrate the vulnerabilities of military bases, and they would like regularly stage simulations, I guess you could call them, where they would fake hostage kidnappings and things like that, just to demonstrate weaknesses in US defense, and things like that. They were set up by a guy called Richard Marcinko, who actually had a video game made about him, which some of you probably know about, called Rogue Warrior. I think it's supposed to be a pretty bad game. But if you look up this Richard Marcinko guy, he's a bit of a character. He sounds a bit like an action hero character, like an action movie character. And interestingly enough, Jeremy Blaustein used his book, and I think it was the Rogue Warrior book, when translating MGS1. And that's where a lot of the lingo and jargon comes from. I think a lot of it was inspired by that Rogue Warrior book, which is pretty interesting. The connections go beyond just this Red Cell thing. Another really interesting connection between the real Red Cell and Dead Cell is that oh, hold on one sec, guys. One sec. My fucking phone is ringing here. I'll get back to this point. Okay. Where was I? Dead Cell and Red Cell connections. Richard Marcinko, who set up Red Cell, he went on trial for misappropriating government funds, just like Fortune's husband, who in the world of MGS2 was the leader of Dead Cell, was the original leader of Dead Cell, which was then inherited by Fortune. So yeah, I recommend looking into it if you're interested. A lot of the stuff from Dead Cell was inspired by real-world events, by Red Cell, by Richard Marcinko. And just interesting how the connections to Marcinko even go back to MGS1 with the translation and everything. I think we can continue after all that. Pick up some SOCOM ammo. Can you see the non-activated bomb here? Yeah, it's right here. The light is blinking here, though, of course, because it's activated. Remember how at the bottom of strut A you can see that the final bomb, but it's not blinking because we need to freeze all the ones up here before it gets activated. But yeah, we can see all these other bombs here before we even meet Stillman. Did he also have marital affairs with vampires? It wasn't Fortune's husband that had marital affairs with Vamp, was it? That was Fortune's father. That was Dolph. Did Fortune's husband have a relationship with Vamp as well? Or maybe am I confusing things? Hold on. Yeah, I don't think they talk about Vamp being in a relationship with Fortune's husband. Let's see. Let's take a look at this as well. Konami Eyes. Picture of the Statue of Liberty. Some kind of concept art that looks like the gym suit. Or Fat Man's bomb blast suit, maybe. Actually, there's one more call that I want to get.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 has engaged someone on the BC connecting bridge. The president is most likely there as well. The BC connecting bridge is on the north side of Strut B. The president is in danger. Go now.
Bad Humans means Marcinko. Yeah, but I thought he was drawing a parallel to Fortune's husband, because Fortune's husband was the one who was accused of misappropriating government funds. Of course, in the story of this game, that turns out to be a sham, you know? That was all staged by the Patriots. He didn't actually misappropriate government funds. It was all just a way of manipulating Dead Cell, and it was how they engineered this whole situation, getting Dead Cell involved in it, in this mission. Making them snap with the loss of their leader. End solid with the tier 2 and the 6 months. Thank you. Sorry guys, we're spending a lot of time in this room rambling.
Raiden.
We'll continue.
Colonel, who are Dead Cell?
They are pretty much what that guy Pliskin described them as.
A special forces unit? The brainchild of the former president?
Chances are someday we'll find ourselves in a gunfight with them.
The thought leaves me uneasy.
You have experience combating Foxhound during VR training, right? You'll be fine. Don't be apprehensive.
Jack, don't run unnecessary risks, okay?
Yeah, I don't want to, but...
I know. Is there anything I can do?
Yeah. Could you check for any data on them for me?
Okay, I'll do it. Good luck.
Someone mentioned the name Vamp. Do you have any info on him?
Wait a moment, I'll look.
I see you've acquired a gun.
Pliskin gave it to me.
Don't trust that man. But the gun itself seems all right. However, it's not equipped with a suppressor. If you fire it, the noise will be loud enough to alert any enemy personnel within hearing distance to your presence. Infiltration is the art of making your presence invisible. Try not to end up in a situation where you need to rely on firepower. Combat must be avoided unless absolutely necessary. Raiden, don't dwell on what Pliskin said. The VR training you underwent is the best training program there is. There is no reason to be apprehensive. Be confident. Do you understand?
Cleaner Christopher, do I like MGS5? I'm kind of mixed on MGS5. I don't hate it like a lot of people do, but I'm not crazy about it either. I'm in a never-ending struggle to understand how I feel about MGS5. I still can't really say for sure. But yeah, I'm pretty mixed on it, I would say. Let me see if there's any more story-related stuff I can get here.
You can straight.
Jack, I did a search on the Big Shell. The tanker accident 2 years ago spilled a catastrophic amount of crude oil into the bay. The Big Shell is an offshore decontamination facility built to restore the Manhattan Bay environment by trapping and disposing the spilt oil. Around the perimeter of the Big Shell, oil fences were erected in order to protect against any further dispersal of the oil. You see those steeples erected here and there in the fence? Those are piles to draw up the polluted seawater. Gathered seawater is carried to the pump room in Strut A first, and all of the larger garbage is collected in sediment pool number 1 of Strut D. This is followed by a 2-step purification process in the Shell 2 core water reserve, in which oil is removed by microbes. Then it is sent to Strut L and sterilized, and finally once again carried to the surface piles and flushed back into the bay.
Did the military database include information on the marine filtration facility structure as well?
No, I didn't use the database.
Huh?
I used a brochure.
I always like that little detail. What's up with that? Why did she use a brochure? Is it because the database has information on what this place actually is, and she's not authorized to tell him that this whole place is a sham, that it's all a setup for Arsenal gear? It's all a shell, a big cover, a big shell. That's kind of what I like to think. Anyway, she's giving Raiden the information that the public is given. I think maybe it's just hinting at you know, the truth behind all of this. Why are we getting this information versus this other information? Does that other information have something? Does it contain something that we're not allowed to know about? It's a weird little detail. Feels very deliberate given, you know, the whole theme of this game. It's all about information, the processing of information, passing of information. One thing that's really interesting as well to me about Rose in this game, and one of the roles she serves as our Dead Cell expert. We call her to learn about Dead Cell. You know, we'll ask, like, who's Vamp? Give me some history on Vamp. Give me some history on Fat Man. But in order to get that information, we first have to call her to ask her for the information. Then we have to wait for her to look up the information, and then call her again to get the information. And Pliskin also serves as our Dead Cell expert, but he gives us the information straight away. And it's better information, I think, for the most part. He has more in-depth information, and it feels like it's coming from experience. Whereas Rose gives us Dead Cell information, and it sounds like it's coming from a Wikipedia page. I just think that's interesting, because usually only one character in all the throughout all the MGS games, usually one character will be the weapons expert. One character will be to save. One will be the commander and will give you information about the mission. It's interesting that Pliskin and Rose both serve as the Dead Cell expert in this game, but the way you get that information and the information you get is quite different. You know, the fact that we have to ask for information and then we have to wait for her to look it up, that's something that's unique. No other character in the series does that, where we have to ask and then wait and then call again. Just weird details that might not mean too much, but are still interesting to think about. Okay. Are we going to finally move on to the next cutscene? We've been in this room for what feels like an hour. We were shooting seagulls for what felt like an hour. Rose has access to the brochure and we don't? Well, yeah, I mean, but she has access to the database and we don't have access to that either. I'm not sure what you're trying to say there. But yeah, I think it could be because we need to be told what all the average Joes are being told. That it's just an offshore cleanup facility with no ulterior shadiness going on. The Seagulls thing did work, yes. But it took some time. It's very awkward. It's very inconsistent. But we got it working a few times, yeah. Keep going.
What the hell is that?
Come, put me out of my misery.
This is impossible. Nothing will hit her.
Is she the one they call Fortune?
Queen.
Don't let them take the president!
Ready grenades!
A dud!
Today is another bad day. Is there anyone here that can give me happiness? I'm so sorry, my beauties. I'll see you again someday.
Colonel, SEAL Team 10's Bravo team was wiped out.
I see.
What happened to the cargo choppers?
Both of them are at the bottom of the harbor. Looks like your new hosts have a Harrier too.
A Harrier? What is this?
Calm down. It just means they anticipated the attack.
What?
Besides, since the SEALs drew their fire, your infiltration went off without a hitch. On top of that, we know their defensive capabilities.
Are you saying this was all a feint?
Raiden, get a hold of yourself. The entire mission is in your hands now. Do you understand?
But...
There's no time for questions. They could decide to retaliate for that failed assault.
You mean the hostages?
They could be in danger, yes. But we need to consider the possibility that they'll blow the whole shell. If that toxic spell does take place, it'll devastate not only the harbor, but poison the coastline for generations. Raiden, we've had to adjust the mission objectives. The priority is now on removing those C4s that the terrorists wired over the big shell. The president can wait, but this can't.
Colonel, you know I'm no bomb disposal expert.
That's not a problem. The Bravo team brought an explosives pro in with them. He was supposed to stand by on Strut C according to their mission plan. You should find him there.
Is this according to simulation too?
What are you talking about? Get to Strut C and
Interesting
find
line.
him.
Understood. But I need to ask you something before I go.
Make it quick.
Who are they? Dead Cell, I mean. They couldn't hit her no matter how hard they tried. And that vampire too, it's like being in a nightmare you can't wake up from.
Jack, snap out of it.
And you, Rose, I can't believe you're on this mission. I keep thinking I'll wake up.
Raiden, this is real. And that's why you won't wake up.
But nothing seems real.
I've made up my mind to stay with you. Whether this is real or a bad dream, I'll keep watching you till it's over.
Thank you, Rose. And I won't let you be just a dream.
Are you two done? Raiden, you're needed on Strut C.
Oh, God, I wish Quentin Flynn would tone it down a bit there. I love the scene so much. And I love what's being communicated. I just wish Quentin would turn it down like 2 or 3 notches. You know? We get it. You're high-strung. You're scared. You don't know what's going on, but... I won't let you be just a dream. Do you need an exclamation mark in between each one of those words? Is that necessary? So there's Fortune. There's our introduction to Fortune. And I usually like to bring up some of the original concepts related to Fortune that got cut, which are just amazing. I don't know why they were cut. But originally, you hear that music there, right? That's her theme, Fortune's theme. That beautiful saxophone. Well, originally, she was gonna play the fucking sax in the game. She was gonna play her own theme in the game. But not only that, she was gonna wear shades. She was gonna wear sunglasses. She was gonna be a black jazz queen with her saxophone, standing there, going crazy, just ignoring the bullets as they whiz past her. Not even registering that people are shooting at her. She's just there jamming out on the sax. Okay, I made up some of that. I made up some of that. We don't know if she was going to be playing the sax during that cutscene. But she was originally going to be playing the sax. At some point in the game. She was going to play her own theme on the sax in the game. And she was going to wear shades. All of the Dead Cell members were going to wear shades. But they decided to get rid of that because they thought it would be too close to the Matrix. They thought people would think they were ripping off the Matrix. So they got rid of it. I'm not sure if the idea was originally inspired by the Matrix, and then they removed it because they didn't want it to be too close to the Matrix. But I don't know, you know, I guess there are some similarities between this game and the Matrix, the themes and the story. But yeah, I don't know. Originally they were going to have shades. I wonder if they were going to look like Snake, you know, because that's one of the secret items you can unlock for this game, are the sunglasses. Raiden gets the big fucking goofy sunglasses, and Snake gets the cool, suave shades. They were probably going to look something like that, I think. I think you can still look at... I think you can look up some concept art. I think some of Shinkawa's concept art will show them... will show what they look like with the shades. And I think they do look similar to Snake's shades, which you can unlock. Speaking of MGS1 parallels, I think she's probably supposed to represent Raven in this cutscene. You know, they both talk to the birds. Raven talks to the ravens. Fortune talks to the seagulls here, referring to them as her beauties. Probably supposed to resemble Raven. Holding the gigantic gun as well. Maybe that's supposed to resemble Raven. In the Raven boss fight, that's the only boss fight in MGS1, I think, where there's like a destructible environment. That's a big part of the fight with Fortune as well, where she destroys all the crates. Although Fat Man's arena more closely resembles Raven's, I think. But yeah, the talking to the seagulls thing is surely a Raven callback. Hey, what's up, Fortune? What's up, Storm? A woman enters the chat, and I have to call her Fortune. What's up, Storm? You don't play the sax, do you, Storm? What was I going to say? I got distracted. There's that call, where... The call that we just got in that last scene. Where the Colonel urges Raiden to hurry up. Go and meet Stillman. Get to these bombs. Get to this situation. And Raiden doesn't sound so confident, and he asks, "Is this according to Simulation 2? And the Colonel responds, "What are you talking about? Just get to it. Return to your duties." It's an interesting little exchange. Is this according to Simulation 2? It's kind of similar to what we got at the bottom of Strut A. when Raiden was encouraged by the fact that he recognized the situation. This is level 1 from the VR missions. Oh yeah, I see it now. Just do as you are trained and everything will be all right. And everything is going according to his VR training, so Raiden is encouraged because he's already experienced it. But now, that's changing. That's why Raiden is concerned, because this isn't going according to VR training anymore. All this stuff with Fat Man and the bomb disposal, this isn't designed to resemble anything from MGS1. And that's why Raiden is starting to throw a bit of a fit here, and he's starting to feel less confident. Later on, we learn that the whole bomb disposal section is just a test for Raiden to see if he can tackle the real exercise. So we're going off course now. The start of the plant, everything seems to resemble MGS1, but now it's starting to take a different turn. And then it gets back on track right after we do the bomb disposal. But now it's time to take a piss.
Raiden, what are you looking at? Oh, I see. Rosemary.
What?
Could you excuse him for a moment?
Huh?
You know, so he can...
Ah, I get it. Jack, let me know when you're done, okay?
So, the bathroom Easter egg calls in this game are insane. I think there might be 9 codec calls related to the bathroom in this game. There's 2 in MGS1. I think there's 9 in this game. Maybe I'll count them this time. So we get this first one here. We won't see them all until the end of the game. The final one is inside Arsenal gear. It's a crazy call with the Colonel. You know, when the Colonel is going crazy, one of those is related to the bathroom. But you can only unlock it if you do these calls earlier. You need to do these calls to unlock that call later on. Hidden calls within hidden calls. Easter eggs within Easter eggs. So what happens if we kneel down and stare into the urinal?
Raiden, I didn't know you had such weird interests. Not that there's anything wrong with that, though. Just that, well, it's a little weird.
Jack, I think that's a little weird.
Alright, we'll flush. So Fat Man is an unknown variable? No, it's all planned. The bomb disposal test is a part of the S3 plan. It's just, it's an opening examination for Raiden to see if he can really tackle the meat of the exercise. They even use those schooling metaphors a few times, you know? Like right after you beat Fat Man, the first thing you hear is the ninja say, "You passed with flying colors." Like you just got straight A's on the test. And at the end of the game, Ocelot describes Fat Man as a sort of examiner we hired to test the boy's progress before letting him tackle the exercise proper. You know, it's all described as a test, which kind of fits with the whole simulation theme. You know, a test is something that's been determined already. It's been pre-written. It's been orchestrated.
It's possible.
Right.
Right. Tell me about the Harrier, Colonel.
Colonel, do the terrorists have a Harrier?
Yes, an AV-8B Harrier II designed for the Marines. It is a VSTOL attack aircraft outfitted with a 25mm gun, air-to-air missiles, and anti-ground rockets. It's not something you want to try to take on in a SEAL helicopter.
Yeah, even more so if unprotected. Colonel, where do they get such a weapon?
I don't know.
Are they really just run-of-the-mill terrorists?
Relax, Raiden. Right now, just think about your mission at hand. Do you understand?
You missed the game fucking up, Storm. We got to the final cutscene and the emulator fucked us. But we fixed it in the end and we got to watch the final scene. It was so typical. The game worked perfectly up until the very last set of cutscenes. So if we go into the woman's bathroom, we can get a few other calls. And this will also affect the call later on with Stillman as well. If we come in here before talking to him. There's another bomb.
I can't believe you, Jack. Do you know what that place is?
I just thought maybe the bomb disposal instructor might be in there.
Why would he be in there?
Well, you never know. He's AWOL and...
Even AWOL, a normal guy wouldn't go into a woman's bathroom. You're the only one I know who would. You're like really strange.
Rosemary, settle down.
But...
It's all right. Raiden, Rosemary is right. You should probably look someplace else. I can really sympathize with you there, though.
What, sir?
Nothing. Raiden, that's that. Return to your duties.
You guys are unbelievable.
So juvenile. The mystique of the woman's bathroom in the Metal Gear series. Stillman's call later on is so good. It's so absurd the way he talks about it. But that's not the only call we can get here. What if we go inside here? Wait, no. What if we go inside here, kneel down, stare at the toilet, and call the Colonel again?
Raiden.
Jack, give it a rest. I can't bear watching you do that.
I disapprove. Return to your duties. That's what I feel like saying, but I'm beginning to feel like putting you in charge was not such a good idea.
I love how they put a twist on that line that he keeps saying. Return to your duties is what I feel like saying. Can we get another call like this if we keep staring at the toilet?
Raiden, I'm at a loss for words.
I'm afraid to ask. Do you do that in my room too?
Raiden, that's long enough. Hurry up and get back to your duties if you've seen enough.
Jack, in retrospect, I'm really glad that I took this assignment.
Huh?
It's given me a chance to see you for who you really are. Goodbye.
Whatever.
Nice! I was hoping I'd get the "you're a real egotistical woman" line, but that was still pretty good. It's given me a chance to see you for what you really are. So now if we call to save with Rose, she'll be really pissed with us, but we can get this call later on, and I think it's more suitable to get it later on, so I'm not going to do this one just yet. We can get another call if we equip a porn magazine and go into a stall, but we'll do that later as well. And there are a couple of others as well, too. Mint. Let me read your comment here. Nice to catch some live streams from time to time, but yeah, I got to go again. I'm sorry for that shit earlier. No, Mint. You don't need to apologize. After being away on business for weeks and months, didn't mean to troll. Cheers. Mint. It's fine. I thought it was kind of funny, honestly, that I hadn't seen you talk in a long time, and then that's the first thing I see you say. I honestly felt bad because I didn't see you say anything after I attacked you. Okay, I think we can go to the next scene. Actually, let's ask for some information on Dead Cell before we do any of that.
It's possible that...
Probably, yeah. Colonel, who exactly is that woman?
Her name is Fortune. She leads Dead Cell.
Hang on a moment. I'll look her up for you.
So that's what I was talking about earlier. Now we need to call back later on to actually get the information. Whereas with Snake, with Pliskin, we can just ask and he'll give us the info straight away. Doesn't going into the woman's bathroom give you extra calls when the Colonel AI goes crazy? Yeah, I was talking about that a few minutes ago.
Raiden, looks like Rosemary has something for you.
Jack, I found some information on Vamp. He's been a member of Dead Cell since it was first founded, and like Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin said, he's a master with knives. He's originally from Romania. He's apparently no ordinary knife specialist.
What do you mean?
He can parry bullets.
Yeah, I saw him do it. How the heck?
I don't know. Also, it looks like he secluded himself from other humans on several different occasions. There is no detailed information on him, though. Be careful.
Snake has some information.
Strut C is the residential area. It supports life at sea for all of the workers on the big shell. That being said, almost all systems are completely automated, so there aren't many workers to be found.
Freeze!
Don't shoot.
You a cop?
I'm not NYPD. I came in with the Bravo team. Who are you with? And what happened to SEAL Team 10?
They're all dead.
All of them? That's bad.
Did I tell you you could move?
It's all right. He's not one of the bad guys. Don't go pointing that thing everywhere, kid. What's your name?
My name is Peter. Peter Stillman.
Lecturer at Nav Scolio at Indian Head. Also a consultant for the NYPD bomb squad.
A poor old man who got dragged along for this picnic.
I thought you'd retired.
I did. Can't keep up with everybody, as you can see. A famous church got wiped off the map thanks to me, with too many lives inside. All I lost was this leg.
So you're the bomb disposal guy.
Kid, this is the bomb disposal guy. Open any explosives disposal textbook and you'll see his name.
Just ancient history now.
Why did they bring you out of retirement then?
Because the terrorist group here includes one of my students, the Emperor of Explosives, Fat Man. He built an atomic bomb when he was only 10. I created him in a sense.
And that's why you're here.
I'm pretty rusty. I was supposed to supervise the bomb disposal. Looks like it was taken care of before I had my turn.
I wouldn't say that. There are at least 2 people here who can claim to be experts at bomb disposal.
Are you two with SEAL Team 10? I didn't see you at the mission briefing.
Oh, we're with another squad. My name is Pliskin, Lieutenant Junior Grade. Honored to meet you, sir.
Mr. Pliskin, do you have any experience with explosives disposal?
Don't worry about me. And he looks young, but he can do it. But we need more manpower.
I'm,
What's your name?
Raiden.
That's an odd name.
Any other survivors?
There was also an engineer with me.
An engineer?
A skinny guy. He went in with us.
Where is he?
I haven't seen him since that skirmish.
Was he killed?
I don't think so. I didn't find his body.
I see.
They told me he was a security systems architect for the big shell.
Why would they take a civilian along?
Everything in this structure is computer controlled. He was supposed to get us past all the security measures.
I never heard anything about that.
He had official orders with him.
We'll leave that for later. Right now, we need to figure out how to deal with all the bombs.
But there's no one left from the SEAL's EOD squad.
Yup, so we have to do it ourselves.
But I've never defused a bomb before. Hold on a sec.
Off to confer with the CO again?
Glad to hear Stillman is safe. Assist him in any way possible to clear the C4 from the structure.
Colonel, you know I've never been trained in bomb disposal.
It's all right. The man you're working with is the best in the field. All you have to do is follow his directions. You will, of course, keep your identity and mission objectives to yourself.
Is it true that an engineer came in with Stillman?
I wasn't informed of that. It's probably something the SEALs decided on their own. There are more important issues at hand, Raiden. The enemy may retaliate for the failed assault. Get those C4s neutralized now.
Colonel, I'm not qualified for bomb disposal.
Jack, it's me.
Rose?
You can do this. Trust me.
You haven't had bomb disposal training per se in VR, but you're more than capable of handling C4.
This is a little different from using C4.
You're up for this. You know that.
How about it, kid? Are the results in yet?
There's no need to think about this so much. You won't actually be dismantling the bomb. That's not for amateurs. What we'll try here instead is a temporary freezing measure. Here, look at this. This is a C4 bomb. It's live. You can see it pulsing. Now you spray this on the sucker and... there we go. Simple, huh? The spray freezes the detonator instantly.
How long does the effect last?
There's no way the thing can detonate in this condition. Even if you leave it alone, it'll stay out of commission for at least 24 hours.
That's enough time.
If we had the manpower, I'd recommend complete disposal. But this will have to do. The spray can be used from several yards away. Now check the floor, ceiling, walls, under a table, everywhere. Try to imagine the locations the bomber would choose.
That won't be easy. We don't know a thing about Fat Man.
Is there anything that'll help us locate the bombs?
Here, take this with you. It's what they call an ion mobility spectrometer. It can recognize ionized gas emitted by C4s.
The what?
In other words, that little gadget sniffs out C4's scent.
That's right. I've established a link-up with your radar network, so any scent detected will be represented visually. Have the sensor activated and keep your eye on the radar.
What if he's using some other odorless substance?
I know Fat Man well. I know how into his own aesthetics he is.
Signatures?
Yes. On every bomb he builds, he always leaves a trace of the cologne he uses. The sensor also picks up that particular scent spectrum.
Is that something he learned from you?
No, it was his own quirk. He wouldn't work by any rules except his own, and he followed them like a religion. And common sense wasn't one of his strong points. I thought I taught him everything I knew. I have no children of my own, and I thought I found a son in him. He had the right stuff, you know. There's something very unusual about an ability like that. Even at Indian Head, he got special treatment. I remember some people called him one of the fat cats. Maybe that's what started all this. I didn't teach him the most important thing I had to tell him. There are some things you have to pass on. The trick is to know which one. Right. All I taught him was skills. And now I have to stop him from using it to destroy us all.
Let's see how well that sensor works.
All right. I'm activating them. Watch. You see the green stuff on the radar? That's a visual representation of the C4 scent detected by the sensor.
It's a pretty big area, isn't it?
Don't complain. It's better than nothing.
Just activate the sensors and search the area, okay?
All right.
Don't forget that you need the radar to use the system. Log into the node at every strut and turn the radar on.
We have to keep out of the enemy's sight, too.
Because the radar gets knocked offline when we're spotted?
Exactly. Fat Man would have allotted some C4s here in Strut C as well.
Here?
Here.
I know the structure of this facility, and if he wants to take out the plant, where he would target.
You know this for sure?
Of course. I taught him the techniques he uses. His ideas are based on my theories. Demolition is a kind of ideology. It makes no exceptions for time or place. Big Shell consists of 2 hexagons joined end on end, north to south. There should be packets of C4s on each of the vertices, or the struts in this case. You need at least that to take a building of this integrity out.
6 on Shell 1, another 6 on Shell 2. A total of 12 bombs at least.
Considering the shell's architecture and composition from an engineering standpoint, that's my conclusion, and it's exactly what he would have decided as well.
Kid, this place is all yours. I'll take care of Shell 2.
Take this.
What's this?
Security card, issued to Shell personnel. The Big Shell security layout includes varying levels of clearance. The clearance level is identified by the number printed on these doors. Raiden, your card key can open doors with security clearance level 1. Pliskin, your card can get you into level 3 areas. You'll need it to get next door to Shell 2.
How did you get this?
That engineer I told you about gave it to me. He was supposed to program a set of all access cards once we were on site. Unfortunately, this card won't get you into every area of this structure.
We'll have to deal with the remaining security lockouts as they come up. Let's get going. You stay here.
No, I'm going.
The 2 of us can handle it, don't worry.
But...
You'll just slow us down with that leg of yours. There's a war going on here. I don't have time to babysit anymore.
Why don't you just let us handle the grunt work? You can tell us what to do over the radio, like in the original mission plan.
All right. I'll give you instructions from here. I may also need to prepare a backup plan just in case.
In case of what?
Good luck to both of you. This is a dangerous one.
Who dares, wins.
If anything comes up, let me know. My frequency is 140.25.
Good luck, kid. I'll see you later. Semper Fi.
That man's no SEAL. I don't even think he's a Navy man.
What?
Semper Fi. Marine Corps talk. Normally, team leaders stay in the CP and give orders with those headphones. And as far as I know, SEALs keep their officers away from the field. And Who Dares Wins is a model of the British Special Air Service.
Is he one of the terrorists, then?
No, somehow I don't think so. If there's someone to suspect, I'd put my money on you. Just take care of those bombs for now.
What about you? They could be back in this area soon.
I'll hide out in this pantry for a while. If I lock the door, it should be all right. Plenty of food in here too, so you don't need to worry about me. I'll give you instructions by Codec from here. Good luck, kid. Bomb disposal is a face-off with your own mortality. Don't let the fear get to you. When you give in to the fear, the darkness comes.
Okay, Nomura. Take it easy. All right. So we're back in the game. Let me thank some people here before we continue. Yortiz, thank you for the 6 month. Or Jortiz, thank you for the 6 months. Daryl, thank you for the 9 months as well. I think I'm a little bit behind here. Thank you so much, Daryl Runko. Captain Laser Pants, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Summoner, I'm pretty sure I thanked you, Summoner, but thank you for the Prime sub as well. N Solid with the tier 2 and the 6 months. Those tier 2s, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Cheers, everyone. So, yeah, some stuff going on in that scene. A lot of people always theorize about Snake there at the end. And, the way he says those random mottos. First a Marine motto and then the British SAS motto. Is that Snake genuinely making some kind of fuck up there? Or is he, for some reason, doing that on purpose? I always thought he was doing it on purpose. That he was... I'm not really sure why exactly. But it always seemed to me like he was trolling in a way. The way he just casually walks out, the way it's the last thing that he says as well, so he doesn't have to explain himself. As he's walking out with his back turned, it feels like a kind of sassy move, you know? The way he walks out and then just leaves them there theorizing about who he really is. A part of me wonders if he does it because he knows Stillman trusts him. He knows that Raiden is the one to suspect here, and he knows that he has Stillman's trust. Maybe for some reason he wants to let Stillman know that he isn't who he says he is. Like telling the truth in a way to him, you know? I don't know. Letting him know that he's, that he's not who he's pretending to be. You know, because even after Stillman sees through it, even after Stillman breaks all that down, he says to Raiden, no, I trust him. I trust him. If there's anyone to suspect, it's you. So even after Snake fucks up there, if he was actually fucking up, he still suspects Raiden. And I guess he has reasons to suspect Raiden. Raiden is the most suspicious one here. We are working for the bad guys. We are the Patriots operative. We're working for the Patriots. If you think of the Patriots as the bad guys, there are a lot of bad guys in the game, but the Patriots are probably the worst of the worst. We are their pawn. But yeah, it's an interesting detail to think about. Another mistranslation as well is interesting in that scene. There's that moment where Stillman is mourning the fact that he failed to pass on certain ideas to Fat Man. And how does the dialogue go again? There are some things you have to pass on. The trick is to know which one. Right. All I taught him were skills. Now I have to use it to stop him from destroying it all, or something like that. When he says the trick is to know which one, that line is supposed to be said by Snake, not Stillman. Stillman is having a conversation with himself in the English version, whereas in Japanese he's supposed to be talking to Snake there. When he says there are some things you have to pass on, Snake is supposed to respond to that and say the trick is to know which one, and then Stillman responds by saying right. When he says right there, he's agreeing with Snake. But it's mistranslated here, and in the English version he says right in reaction to himself. To something that he says. So it's kind of weird. It's not like really noticeable, but once you notice it, it becomes a bit more noticeable. There are some things you have to pass on. The trick is to know which one. Right. He agrees with himself. So if we go out here onto the bridge... Wait, what's going on? Who's that? What's going on here? Snake. There's a maniac in a box here. Wait a second. No response from Pliskin? Pliskin.
Raiden, don't get yourself worked up. It's safer to take out the enemy first, then look for the bomb. Don't even think about searching for the bomb while looking over your shoulder for the enemy. Knock them unconscious or take them out altogether first.
This was something I actually found on my first playthrough. I reckon a lot of people discover this when they first play the game. All you have to do is walk out here after the Stillman cutscene. You can wait as long as you want. You don't need to run out straight away as well, either. I don't think you do, anyway. But yeah, you come out to this bridge, you'll see him here.
Freeze!
Freeze! You got a dog tag on you? We're going to try and collect all the dog tags in this run, by the way. I didn't put it in the title today. And just to let you know, I will be wrapping up soon as well. We're going to do this playthrough over a few different streams. Over the course of a few sessions. But we'll still do a few more calls here before we wrap up. And I might be back on tomorrow with some more. We'll see. If I'm not, it'll probably be the day after. So remember how earlier we were talking about the vanish point codes? How on the mission failed screen you can see the area codes? Well, here we see W16 A to C. This is showing us what the codes are from A to C, from the first 3 struts. I think it means that A is 14, B is 15, and C is 16. I think that's what that is suggesting. And now when we come over here, this says W18, A to D. Although I'm not sure what A, why would it be A? Why A to D? Either way, I think this is supposed to highlight what the codes are in the upcoming areas. W18 is strut D. W18 is strut D. And W16 is strut C. Which means we are currently in W17. We are between C and D. So if we kill ourselves now and look at the screen...
Raiden, are you all right? Answer me. Raiden!
Look at the bottom. Vanished point, W17. A. And that's that. Let's see if we can get more boxes off of this time. Ah! Multiple layers of cardboard box. If you hack an assault rifle into the game at this point, you can take off like 100 cardboard boxes. You can never remove all of them. So yeah, just a cool little detail with regards to the area codes. Oh, right, yeah, the A is just a part of the code. I was thinking it meant strut A to C. Right. It's W16A, C. Not A to C, not strut A to C. Right, so yeah, W16A is strut C that we're right next to, and then W18A is strut D over there, and we're currently in W17.
Stay alert.
This was another thing that I only... This is another thing that I only really started to learn about recently, these area codes. I knew Vantage Point showed you what the area code was, but I didn't know you could see all these area codes in the actual game, in the environment. I knew about some of them, but I didn't know about all of them. NPC Wendy, thank you for the 4 months. Much appreciated. Have you ever done a Metal Gear playthrough entirely in the box like Snake really does? Is that how Snake canonically does these missions? Is there one canon way in which these missions play out? I'm not sure if I've ever done a playthrough like an entire box playthrough before. I don't think I have. I've done various challenge runs, but I don't think I've done a box playthrough.
Raiden, don't get yourself worked up.
Right. Tell me a little more about Dead Cell.
Dead Cell was a shadow unit within the SEALs organization.
Right. They handled surprise raids on vital government facilities, didn't they?
Yes. They were originally put together to check the nation's military security system.
Just like Red Cell.
The unit was the brainchild of ex-President George Sears. Dead Cell was a secret unit positioned at the opposite end of anti-terrorist outfits such as Delta Force and SEALs.
Were they always a
group of madmen?
Yeah.
No. They got weird when Colonel Jackson, Fortune's husband, was sent to jail.
Sent to jail? For what?
Corruption. He misappropriated government funds.
Sounds like he deserved it.
That's what everybody else thought, except for the members of Dead Cell. They felt the Colonel was falsely accused. Fact is, they took the case to the powers that be, but they never managed to reopen the case.
Was there any truth to their claim?
Who knows? Whatever the situation is, Dead Cell's name was tainted.
And Colonel Jackson?
He was being held at Leavenworth.
Was? Meaning he's been released?
Well, in a manner of speaking, the Colonel's dead.
Oh.
Apparently, he lost the will to live and died in prison. The members of Dead Cell snapped with the loss of their leader. They underwent a radical change and became uncontrollable.
And that's why they undertook this terrorist operation.
Seems as good a reason as any.
Anything else on Dead Cell, Vamp?
Vamp is a member of Dead Cell. Born in Romania, his specialty is knives. But I guess you know that by now. When he was just a kid, he lost his family to a terrorist bomb that went off in a church they were attending. His body pierced by a crucifix, Vamp was buried under the rubble for 2 days before he was finally rescued. During those 2 days, he survived by feeding on the blood of his family to quench his thirst. That was how he acquired a taste for blood.
So that's why they call him Vamp.
No, Vamp isn't for vampire, it's because he's bisexual. Rumor has it, Vamp was the lover of Scott Dolph, the Marine Commandant who accidentally died 2 years ago. Scott Dolph was also the father of Fortune, the Dead Cell leader.
Fortune's old man? But Fortune and Vamp?
You noticed, eh? Not bad for a rookie.
All right.
As you say, Vamp and Fortune are very close. Not lovers, but very close.
Friends?
No, there's more to their relationship than that.
But Vamp was her father's lover.
Would it have been better if it was with her mother?
Well,
I don't really think they care what you think. Focus on the mission.
By the way, have you ever met the guy before?
No.
But he seemed to know you.
Right. Well, No, it can't be.
What?
Nothing. I told you the Dead Cell is a group of madmen. I wouldn't take anything they say very seriously.
It's interesting how, you know, in MGS1, the Foxhound's backstories were like far more integral to the story. Like when Sniper Wolf dies or when Psycho Mantis dies, they tell you about their tragic past and You feel for them. In MGS2, they don't put nearly as much focus on them, on like what their pasts are. They're relegated to optional calls, and you know, the game doesn't really try to make you feel sorry for the characters or really feel for the characters at all. Maybe Fortune to some degree at the end, I guess. She has her last stand. But such a ridiculous, such an absurd cliche that they make out of Vamp's backstory as well. You know, like all the cliches in the book are thrown into it. He's a vampire. His name is actually Vamp. His body pierced by a crucifix. He's Romanian. You know, it's like the definition of a vampire. And then, of course, but no, not called Vamp because he's a vampire. It's because he's bisexual. Did you know that they don't call him Die Hardman because it's a reference to Die Hard? It's because he's bisexual.
What do you know about that strange woman?
You mean Fortune? She's the Dead Cell leader. Her real name is Helena Dolph Jackson, known to her friends as Lady Luck.
Lady Luck?
Yeah, she got the name because bullets seemed to veer away from her in battle. People have heard her say that her fortune in battle was payback for the lousy luck she's had in life.
Lousy luck?
The death of her father, the Marine commander, the conviction of husband and Dead Cell leader Colonel Jackson. These events were followed by her mother's suicide, the loss of a husband, and the idea of a convict in the family apparently took her over the edge. Fortune was 3 months pregnant at the time, and the shock of her mother's death led to the loss of her child. Add to this her husband's death in prison a few months later, and to sum it up, in the 6 months after her father's death, she lost her family and everything that mattered in her life.
Jeez, she's had it rough.
Yeah. The thing is, she didn't grieve long. Instead, she joined the military.
Now why is that?
Do I look psychic? My best guess is revenge. I heard that she firmly believed that her husband was framed. Anyway, by the time she came out of basic training, she'd proven many times over that she was gifted with an unusual streak of luck. In fact, some say she sold her soul for it.
Her soul?
Her uncanny luck earned her a reputation that led to her appointment as the head of her husband's unit, Dead Cell.
And finally, Fat Man?
Fat Man. Supposedly, he's nicknamed after an atomic bomb, but to me, he's just a fat man. Something straight out of a sideshow. If he even has a bit of spare time, he spends it disassembling and assembling his Glock over and over again. He can't stand to have his hands still. He's extremely vain about his hands, keeps his fingers as slender and soft as a woman's. They say he's always looking at his hands, giving himself manicures.
I love Fat Man, like completely unironically. I know lots of people just think he's way too ridiculous or over the top, or too silly, but I love Fat Man. I love his opening scene, his death scene. His dialogue, and just the whole vibe of that sequence with him. The opening scene, the fight, the post scene.
Attack team, come back at once. Guard team, stay alert.
Yeah, I love the guy who voice acted him. You know, the voice actor for Fat Man was in The Shining. He had a very small role in The Shining, but a good role. He's creepy in it. He plays the guy. He has a bigger role in the book, I think. Was he the caretaker before Jack? He's that guy who doesn't say anything. He sits in the chair while Jack is getting interviewed. at the start of The Shining, when he's in the guy's office. He's that guy sitting there with Jack, just looking at him. Yeah, he died as well fairly recently. What's his name? Barry Denon, I think is his name. Something like that.
What are you?
Okay. I didn't mean to spray coolant there. But yeah, I've always loved those Fat Man scenes. Like, they are completely ridiculous. They're so absurd. But I don't know, they never felt out of place to me. The way he rolls up the skid, the glass of wine with the straw. We do get to see his manicures as well. If you look at his fingernails up close, you can see that they are fancy nails. Fancy manicured nails. But, you know, I even like the pain in MGS3, so, you know, I like a lot of that absurd, over-the-top stuff. Although the pain is like a fine wine. The pain gets better the more you play MGS3. You really start to appreciate the complete ridiculousness of it the more you see it, I think. His backflips, you know, the pain doesn't look like someone who would be doing backflips. He doesn't look acrobatic. He kind of looks chubby with that suit that he's wearing. The fucking plane sounds that the bullet bees make. Yeah! Yeah! His little dance, his pirouettes.
Looks like there's a lot of stuff laying about. Make sure not to scatter it around. The enemy will increase their security if they discover anything out of place.
Don't worry. I'm used to cleaning things up. Rose's room is...
Jack, don't say any more.
Fine.
Anyway, the key element of covert operations is not to leave anything behind. Understand?
Love that one. I'm glad I've made you appreciate the pain, Lowlife.
No need to worry.
I'm under enemy fire.
Oh! It's gonna be a pain doing this while also keeping this guy.
Reinforcements are on their way to Strut C. Intensify security measures.
Hold on. Let's get the radar. Does anyone actually come in here? I want to knock on that door in peace. It takes a while to get all the dialogue from Stillman here as well. Does anyone come in here?
Everything's okay in here. Get to work on those bombs. Everything's okay in here. Get to work on those bombs. I'm all right. If you need to talk to me, use the codec. I'm all right. No need to worry. I'm all right. You need to go and take care of the C4s now. Stop bothering me. Lay off the knocking already. You need to go and take care of the C4s now.
Okay. Sonoman with the 9 months. Thank you very much. Let's call Stillman again.
Right. There's still C4 in the strut where you are.
Where?
All right, let me give you a hint. Look for a place that guys have never entered up to this point. A special place that guys have wanted to enter but simply couldn't. A place that you couldn't enter if the situation wasn't as such. Oh, looks like you were in there already. My.
How do you know? How do you know? And why don't you just say it? Why are you creating a mystery? Why don't you just say the woman's bathroom? You're trying to support. You're supporting me here, aren't you? A place that guys have always wanted to enter up to this point, but couldn't. A place that you couldn't enter unless the situation wasn't as such. DMG with the 2 years. Thank you very much. Let's see if we can ask Pliskin.
Raiden, I've frozen the first bomb. How are you doing?
Nothing yet.
Pliskin, what was the exact location of the explosive?
The heliport. It was behind some cargo. Thought I was gonna have some trouble with the patrols, but it was an easy job.
I see.
What's the matter?
Nothing really. Pliskin, just don't let your guard down. Don't relax even after you think you've defused it.
I know that. Raiden, Shell 1's all yours.
Sure. Pliskin, I saw someone wearing a cardboard box just now.
A box? I don't know anything about that. You sure you weren't imagining things?
Of course I'm sure. Do you think it's one of the members of Dead Cell?
How should I know?
I don't want to fight someone like that.
Why not?
Because it looks so dumb. Anyone who's willing to be seen like that must be completely insane. I mean, he's a psycho, there's no question about it.
Oh. Yeah.
Completely insane. Oh, that was close.
Freeze!
Hand it over. Up. This other fool, where is he? Wow, he's still asleep. Such a difference between extreme and European extreme, my god. On European extreme, they stay asleep for like 30 seconds. 30 or 40 seconds, I think.
Freeze!
What are you?
Oh, nice. The dart's still in his head. There we go. Toru Kawakami. I wonder what he did. He's a developer. All the tough guys are developers. They'll give you developer dog tags. How do you do such a good Raiden? I'm a little bitch. I'm a little bitch, just like Raiden.
Raiden here. I took care of the C4 in Strut C. The ceiling of the women's bathroom was set to blow.
That's not like him.
Anything wrong?
Maybe. Pliskin's reported other locations too, and none of them are effective demolition points.
What do you mean?
It means that they wouldn't be the best places to choose if you wanted to destroy this place.
Are you saying they don't plan on blowing the shell up?
It certainly seems that way. So far we haven't seen anything but a waste of good explosives. Unless, of course, we're missing something.
A trap?
He couldn't have overlooked the fact that I would be called into this. There's something going on.
Oh, hey. Yeah, we can look at our reflection. We can even look down on our reflection. If we get on our toes like this. They didn't animate a reflection for when you stand on your toes. Terrible. What is this attention to detail? Pliskin, how are you doing?
Raiden, another C4 down. There was one planted pretty high up on the ceiling. The coolant spray couldn't reach that far, so I had to get up on a stand and do it.
Let me just call the colonel a couple of times here.
Raiden, Stillman is a top-notch explosives technician. Follow his orders and disarm the explosives.
Okay, but exactly who is Peter Stillman?
Gotcha. I'll look him up. Hold on a moment.
Make doubly sure you stay out of the enemy's sight. If the radar goes offline...
Yeah, I guess it isn't just Dead Cell when it comes to Rose. You have to tell her to look up everyone, any character. Stillman, also with Ames later. And yeah, Snake will also, you'll also ask Snake about Ames and Stillman as well. Just trying to remember if that was actually the case, but yeah, it is. Anything else?
It's possible the terrorists will attempt to destroy the big shell in retaliation for the SEAL strike. Defuse the bombs before they make that move.
All right, guys. I hate to say it, but we're going to wrap it up here for this evening. And we will continue this next time. I'm not sure if I'll continue this tomorrow. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll do some MGS2 and also something else. Although I'm not sure what else. I was thinking of doing another Snatcher playthrough this summer, but I'm not sure if I want to do that anytime soon. Maybe I'll mix up MGS2 with some non-Kojima stuff. Do some other game as well. But yeah, there'll be lots of MGS2 coming up over the next few days anyway, and I'll probably continue to do more over the next couple of weeks as well. I'll probably do MGS3 shortly after 2. I'm thinking about doing a big Peace Walker playthrough with viewers. I know I said that a while back, but I think that will actually happen sometime soon. Within the next couple of weeks, hopefully. I'd like to start off a big Peace Walker playthrough where we'll do loads of co-op, and you guys can play with me and maybe teach me a thing or two about Peace Walker, because I never really delved into Peace Walker's co-op. So that'll be interesting. It'll be a learning experience. Yeah, lots of content coming up. Lots of MGS, lots of other stuff. But we'll leave it at that for now.
What's up, Jack?
I like you.
We will save, and of course we'll get a save conversation with Rose. And then we'll wrap up.
Jack, here's the data I found on Fortune. She goes by Fortune. She leads Dead Cell. Her real name is Helena Dolph Jackson. 2 years ago, her father, Commandant of the Marine Corps Scott Dolph, was killed in a training accident. Her husband was the former Dead Cell leader, Colonel Jackson. Died in captivity, my data says. After her husband's death, she joined the military. She didn't have any combat experience, but was soon singled out for a particular trait and was reassigned to Dead Cell.
What trait?
Luck. She was real lucky, like miraculously lucky. Wherever she went, bullets curved away, and missions always ended in success.
Is that some kind of joke?
I thought so too, but there is not a single record of her ever being wounded, not even a scratch. Jack, be careful, please.
Okay, guys, we will leave it there. Let me just look at my dashboard one more time. Weasel, thank you for the 5 months. DMG again with the 2 years. Thank you so much for the 2 years, DMG. Sonoman, NPC Wendy. Cheers, everyone. And I'll see you soon. Take it easy. Have a good one. Till next time.